Test 1, 2. disasters, but if we have natural disasters every day, then our city will basically be destroyed and they won't be able to pay that back with money, and that's what may happen if
Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Check.
Because I spoke with him and he knew immediately that Apple was incorrect. And he can get that changed because it's so frustrating. They never talk to anybody. He gets information. He has to go on, but he doesn't have the time to follow up on things.
It's fine. Okay? So I don't know.
Should we get the backdrop? I'm getting a green spot. That was the lighting.
Yeah, the lighting is fine. I was wondering about the space. I think some of the boards are
See, I didn't get any. I have no idea. I didn't get a scenario.
if they're individual boards, if it's a group, it's not much distance.
Neither did I.
I think the big
That's very heavy. Yeah.
Yeah, side by side.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, and they're fairly large groups, especially the main. It's about 15 or so. Yeah.
That's not gonna be big enough.
But if they sort of decline,
Yeah. Almost a little extra work. I'm easy. Set it up the way that works for photos and all of that.
Thank you.
Juste un petit peu plus loin, parce qu'il faut en faire des groupes ici. De juste
Just the first speaker on the Toronto Council priorities. Not that I can stage manage everything. It's always nice if you know who they are.
Check 1-2.
We can have multiple links. You can be an artist and care about climate change.
Absolutely.
Especially if you want to support it. Thank you. Okay.
Traffic, but I got them logged in.
All right.
So.
That's great. We'll be starting now.
Sorry? Yep, yep. Especially those two. Well, there we go. We got Taylor. We're close enough. Right. Good morning, everyone. Bonjour. If everyone could please take their seats. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Environment Committee meeting of Tuesday, the 16th of June, 2015. We have a ceremonial part to this meeting, an awards ceremony, which explains a large crowd. Not that Environment Committee meetings don't traditionally draw large crowds, but an especially large one today. As I gather, a number of my colleagues are still stuck, some arriving as we speak. We had planned to do the ceremony at the start, and we're going to do it first and then actually start the formal part of the meeting and go through the consent agenda after we're done with the awards section. Also, as a reminder to my colleagues on committee and to any people who have attended with the intention to speak as delegations, we did send out a notice yesterday afternoon to those who are registered to let you know that a lunch break of 1 hour will be taking place from 11:30 to 12:30. There is an event involving students that a number of members of the committee are committed to attending, so we're scheduled to break at 11:30. My expectation with the relatively long number of delegations is we will not be anywhere close to having finished going through that list. At the moment we have 16 delegations registered, and I do remind those who may be here with the intention of speaking that if you have not registered, please do so now at the desk to my right. All right. Okay. So I have the great pleasure to host the Environmental Excellence Awards, an annual tradition here at City Hall, and I'll be moving to the podium over there, both to give my remarks and we'll be taking photographs with the recipients. Test. Good morning. Bonjour. Alors, bonjour, mesdames et messieurs. I'm pleased to welcome our special guests this morning, the esteemed nominees for the 2015 Environmental Excellence Award. As chair of the Environment Committee, I'm privileged to help guide the City of Ottawa's efforts towards a greener, cleaner, more sustainable, and healthier economy. It's important that the city take a leadership role in protecting our environment, not just around the council table, but throughout our organization. As a city, we must encourage more environmentally responsible practices within our community and also practice what we preach. Nous devons encourager les pratiques plus écologiques dans notre collectivité et aussi prêcher par l'exemple. The Environmental Excellence Award is our city's way of recognizing members of our staff whose hard work and creativity help to keep our national capital green, beautiful, and healthy. Our city is using innovation and technology to reduce energy consumption, provide greener options, to protect our natural resources, and reduce our environmental footprint. We are improving and promoting alternative transportation options, including our transit system, biking and walking infrastructure, and implementing the Complete Streets concept, designed to meet the needs of all users. We're making green technologies and environmental sustainability a priority in our planning and in the work that we do. And we're ensuring that our infrastructure and development takes into account environmental impacts and applies best practices for environmental protection. Our increased focus on sustainability is improving the health of our rivers, reducing waste, and saving millions of dollars for the City of Ottawa and its taxpayers. I want to thank all the nominees for your commitment to environmental stewardship and for your leadership and dedication to environmental protection. Your work speaks to the quality of our staff and to the strength of our commitment to making a difference in our community. The nominees for the 2015 Environmental Excellence Award have all shown a strong commitment to protecting and improving our environment through a variety of projects and initiatives. Of the 9 nominations received this year, 7 were in the community category and 2 in the internal category. Today, winners will be awarded a specially designed Environmental Excellence Award. Finish that phrase, an Environmental Excellence Award pin in recognition of this achievement. The teams and projects nominated this year show that by working closely with colleagues, residents, and community groups, city employees can both lead and influence positive change in our environment. As chair of the Environment Committee, it is an honor to recognize and applaud your efforts. En tant que présidente du Comité de l'Environnement, je suis honoré de saluer et d'applaudir vos efforts. Now, without further ado, it gives me great pleasure to announce the recipients of this year's Environmental Excellence Award. The internal category recognizes programs or initiatives which reduce the corporate environmental footprint. We have 2 nominations in this category: the Building Automation System Integration Project and the Lansdowne Park Team. Before we announce this year's recipients, I would invite nominees from the internal category to please stand and would ask that everyone join me in a round of applause for the outstanding contributions of this year's 2 nominee groups. And now, the suspense comes to an end. The 2015 Environmental Excellence Award in the internal category goes to the Lansdowne Park Team. Please come forward. So as you come forward, the Lansdowne Park Team is composed of Bradley Carew, Nancy Horton, Gordon McNair, Marco Manconi, Kevin May, Kim Miller, Sandra Pilgrim, Jeff Silverthorne, John Smith, Amanda Thompson, and Jana Treminsky-Proburn. Congratulations. This team is recognized for their commitment to finding innovative ways to promote environmental sustainability in the design and construction of the Lansdowne Park redevelopment project. Team members employed several creative design elements and community features that reflect best practices in urban development, including efficient land use of a previously developed infill site, alternate and active transportation with shuttle service for events, well-connected bicycle paths and parking, sustainable design and construction features, and preservation of cultural heritage assets. To reduce the environmental impacts from unnecessary transportation and disposal of soil to landfill sites, the team developed a solution to allow for the beneficial reuse of soil on site. Over 80,000 square meters of soil, cubic meters of soil was prevented from being sent to landfill, resulting in savings of close to $8 million in disposal costs. Keeping these soils on site also prevented the greenhouse gas emissions that would have been generated from their transportation to landfill sites. Another innovation applied during construction was the installation of a mobile concrete plant on site, which helped to decrease truck traffic on area roads and reduce fuel consumption from vehicles that would otherwise have been transporting concrete to the site. The team has succeeded in creating a world-class urban destination that increases recreation and green space in the urban core, is accessible by many modes of transportation, preserves and enhances visitors' understanding of local heritage and culture, and exemplifies the city's commitment to environmental sustainability. The team. Thank you. I would now like to move to the community category, which celebrates programs or initiatives which reduce the overall community environmental footprint. Nominations include the following initiatives and individuals: the team responsible for the 2014 Air Quality and Climate Change Management Plan update, the Churchill Avenue team, Ottawa's first complete street, the trio involved with community tree planting, senior engineer Colin Leach from the Transit Services Department, the team involved with the University of Ottawa and Sandy Hill Town and Gown Committee, the Vimy Memorial Bridge team, and the team responsible for the Wildlife Speaker Series. Once more, before we announce this year's winner, I would invite nominees from the community category to please stand, and would ask that everyone join me in congratulating their outstanding contributions to our city. In this category, I would like to begin by acknowledging two honorable mentions. First, the community tree planting team, for their leadership in helping the City of Ottawa achieve its urban and rural reforestation objectives of increasing forest cover and counteracting the impacts of the emerald ash borer. This team plays a key role managing various community tree planting programs and finding creative ways to involve and educate the public on this important subject. Between 2012 and 2014, the team was involved in over 40 different community projects, which saw in excess of 18,500 trees planted. The second honorable mention goes to the team responsible for the 2014 Air Quality and Climate Change Management Plan update. This corporate working group, consisting of representatives from 7 city departments and 16 branches, was established to develop corporate targets and to ensure that actions initiated by various departments were captured. Together, the working group developed the plan's regulatory framework and identified goals, objectives, targets, and recommendations for a variety of actions to be carried out both corporately and in the community. The plan as a whole provides a solid basis from which to plan and prioritize actions, build partnerships, and seek funds for implementation. Congratulations to both of these teams, and thank you for your dedicated work on these important initiatives. And now it is my pleasure to announce the 2015 Environmental Excellence Award in the community category. This award goes to the Churchill Avenue team. All right. And I will invite you to come to the podium. The Churchill Avenue team is composed of Linda Karkner, Vivi Chi, Karina Duclos, Stuart Edison, Robert Grimwood, Cornell Mushi, Luc Marino, and Greg Sargent. Congratulations. This team is recognized for their contributions to the design and renewal of Churchill Avenue, Ottawa's first complete street, designed to meet the needs of all users, whether they choose to walk, bike, drive, or take public transit. As part of an integrated road, sewer, and water rehabilitation project, the team designed for improved street lighting, traffic control signals, traffic calming measures, concrete curbs and sidewalks, streetscaping, and utilities relocation for the 1.2-kilometer roadway. The renewal plan encourages alternative forms of transportation by incorporating unidirectional cycle tracks, raised cycle cross rides at side streets, and the protected intersection concept at 2 signalized intersections. The team reviewed alternative solutions and design concepts, documented the decision-making process, and coordinated comprehensive stakeholder and public notifications and consultations during the project's design phase. The newly rehabilitated Churchill Avenue provides a sustainable transportation option for residents in a manner that creates a more livable, healthier, and vibrant city. All right. Please join me once more for a round of applause as we congratulate all the recipients of the 2015 awards. We are very proud of the professionalism and dedication of today's winners and all the nominees for this prestigious award, and for both awards in both categories. On behalf of my council colleagues, the city manager, and deputy city managers, let me say how appreciative we are of all the great work you do. Grâce à vos efforts, notre ville continue de trouver des moyens plus efficaces de mener ses activités quotidiennes et des façons plus novatrices de résoudre les défis environnementaux auxquels elle fait face. By being leaders and innovative thinkers, you've demonstrated your commitment to building a healthier environment for the residents we all serve. We have certificates for each nominee that can be picked up in the Heritage Boardroom where the following ceremony will take place. Thank you. Merci beaucoup. Again, with microphone this time. Good morning once again. All right.
Actually go through
we do a roll call? We don't do a roll call here, do we? No. It's Board of Health last night. Has me confused. Okay. Yep. If we can start the formal part of the meeting now, I would like to, first of all, declarations of interest. Do we have any declarations of interest? Seeing none. Confirmation of minutes of May 19th, 2015. Carried? Thank you. All right. Any inquiries and motions? I'll go through the consent agenda. Item number 3 then, semi-annual performance report. Number 2? Oh, I had it here. 2. Good? Okay. Semi-annual performance report to Council, Q4 2014 and Q1 2015. Is that item carried? Item 4, the Energy Management and Investment Strategy. Item is carried. We will have a presentation, and I'm not expecting the proposed 2015 to 18 term of council priorities to be carried, so we'll of course hold that, and we now have up to 17 delegations registered. All right. Item 6, financial statements for in-house solid waste collection, external audit results 2014.
Chair, I had a quick question, if is that appropriate now?
Is this a question to staff then? Yes, please go ahead.
Question to staff.
Yep.
Perhaps to finance staff. I thought I saw the treasurer here, but in the statement of operations, the lower performance this year is due to one line item, vehicle costs, maintenance, repairs, and tires, that saw a 28% increase in Zone 3 and a 21% increase in Zone 5, I believe. I'm doing that from memory. Not for answer right now, but it seems like a substantial increase. Is that because of an older fleet, or and I'm okay if you answer at a later date, Madam Treasurer.
I will answer that at a later date.
Thank
Councillor.
you. Thank you.
Councillor Brockington, also just a brief question. Yep.
Thank you. Just a more general one. When does this committee review the overall contracts with respect to waste collection, recyclables, and organics? When does that come back on the table?
Perhaps Mr. Weir?
Chair, through you to the councillor, the collection contracts are 7-year contracts. They extend out to 2019. So in this term of council, we won't be looking at the collection contracts.
All right. If that item then is carried?
Carried.
Thank you. Item number 7, Residential Protective Plumbing Program, Administrative Amendments. Carried? Okay. Which maybe takes us to the end. Yes. Okay. And there is a technical amendment for item 5. Vice Chair Shirelli, right on time for that one.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Whereas Strategic Initiative 22, Renewable Energy Strategy, page 88 of Appendix A, has an error in the funding for the SI. Therefore, be it resolved that the funding for Strategic Initiative 22 be amended to note that $100,000 of base operating budget funding be included only for years 2014 and 2015.
On that item? Okay, that's technical amendment.
It's just an error in the year.
Yep.
2014 and 2015,
yep.
Not 16 to 18.
Okay. Side item carried then?
Carried.
Technical amendment. Thank you then. There is we've received a notice of motion. Actually, it is a motion where we need to waive the rules of procedure in order to bring that on today. Councillor Taylor was prepared to move that on Councillor Wilkinson's behalf. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And it's a fairly innocuous motion, but time-sensitive, I guess, as a result of the school board's timelines. It's with regard to the green bin program in Ottawa schools. I'm moving this on behalf of our colleague, Councillor Wilkinson. Whereas under Diversion 2015, the city began working with local schools to facilitate and encourage...
Would you mind moving a little closer to the mic, please? Sorry. Thank you.
Whereas under Diversion 2015, the city began working with local schools to facilitate and encourage green bins and organic recycling. And whereas to date, almost 70% of public, separate, and private local elementary and secondary educational institutions are currently registered in the Green Bin in School program. And whereas recycling organics in schools provides opportunities for environmental education, resources, materials sent to landfill allows students to see the positive impact they can make in their community and teaches students to be good environmental stewards. And whereas it is recognized that engaging children as early adopters of recycling habits can lead to lifelong patterns of behavior and improve overall diversion rates, therefore be it resolved that Council direct the environmental staff to renew outreach and public education efforts within existing budgets to encourage educational institutions in our community to promote waste diversion, undertake a scan survey of those schools registered with the Green Bins in Schools program to better understand the success of the program, work with all 4 local school boards to increase the number of educational institutions enrolled in the Green Bins in Schools program, and finally work with all 4 local school boards to include waste diversion information on a professional development program day in 2015.
Thank you. We'll need to waive the rules of procedure in order to bring that forward. Do we have that? Yeah. Okay.
Just with respect to the time sensitivity, can we get some color on that? Why is this today?
Mr. Chair, I believe it has to do with the programming of the school boards with respect to the PD portion. I guess they have to lay it into their timelines now, so in order to have it roll out in September.
As we do have some questions, I suppose both question on the timing and perhaps on the item itself, we might hold that, and Councillor Wilkinson was not able to be here on time, and we'll be able to answer that. So if it's the will of the committee, we might hold that item to the end, or perhaps move to it when Councillor Wilkinson can come. All right. Yes, I believe that was to have been circulated electronically by today, but if it hasn't been, please make a copy available to committee. Thank you. All right. Moving on then to the one held item and the main item for today's meeting, the proposed 2015-2018 term of council priorities. The proposed term of council priorities build on the strong foundation inherited from previous councils with a focus on renewing and invigorating the services and infrastructure that matter to our residents. As our city manager said when this discussion began at FEDCO, these term of council priorities provide us with a roadmap for councillors, staff, and residents. It's a vision of where we want to go and sets performance measures that help us track our progress. Strategic initiatives are important because they flow from both these priorities and from needs expressed by council and our residents. We have an opportunity today to hear from delegations and councillors to ensure that the initiatives that this committee has oversight over are setting us in the right direction. I've asked for a brief presentation on the term of council priorities, and I'm pleased to see we have senior members of staff here to speak to these initiatives if we have questions or need clarifications. The Environment Committee has oversight for 9 strategic initiatives. I understand my colleagues on Agriculture and Rural Affairs Committee have already had discussions about the initiatives that we share. Our 9 initiatives are the Water Environment Strategy Phase 2, the Air Quality and Climate Change Management Plan, the Renewable Energy Strategy, the Large Diameter Water Main Program, Increased Forest Cover, Waste Diversion in Parks, Buildings, and Ground Services Operations, the Energy Management and Investment Strategy, the Stormwater Management Retrofit Master Plan, the Combined Sewage Storage Tunnel, and Water and Wastewater Rate Structure Review. These initiatives represent significant investments in the city's infrastructure and environment. They commit our city to cleaner air, cleaner rivers, and more sustainable operations. They also provide needed investments in our aging infrastructure, including stormwater management. Though all of these initiatives are important, I want to draw attention to one, the Renewable Energy Strategy, as it is new and a standalone initiative. Though a renewable energy strategy can be seen as building on or reframing our climate change commitments, it is more than that. Several hundred cities around the world have now formally committed to a transition towards renewable energy sources and away from finite and more polluting sources. Most have adopted the goal of becoming totally renewable energy powered by 2050, though some are aiming for as early as 2035 in recognition of the urgency and severity of challenges to the Earth's climate. Such a transition from fossil fuels to renewable energy is definitely born out of an environmental imperative, but it is much more than that. It's also an economic development opportunity. It is a job strategy. Canada now employs more people in clean energy, conservation, and energy efficiency initiatives than in fossil fuel extraction. That shift is real, it is global, and it is accelerating. Investment in renewable energy globally is into the hundreds of billions of dollars. For Ottawa, when we spend on fossil fuels, most of that money leaves the city. With conservation, efficiency, and renewable energy generation, much of that spending stays here. It is recirculated. Whether it be in building public transit and cycling infrastructure, re-insulating our homes, apartments, and public housing, developing smart grid connection software, or growing biofuels, reforesting rural lands, sustainable agriculture, or the design and construction of cutting-edge passive house buildings, Ottawa has an enormous opportunity to seize. We must be ready to capitalize and even get out in front, as a number of our private sector and academic institutions are already doing. The development of a renewable energy transition strategy over the next year will place Ottawa on a path that includes good jobs, healthier communities, and a real sense of future making instead of future taking for all our citizens. So I'll end my introductory remarks by pointing out that most of the strategic initiatives in front of us today are not new. They have been discussed at this committee before. To me, that speaks to the fact that we've been going in the right direction. There's certainly still plenty of room for discussion. Are we being ambitious enough? Is there more we could do? Is there more we should do? I look forward to hearing the discussion today. So with that, I would like to ask Steve Box, Director of Corporate Programs and Business Services, to begin his presentation. Mr. Box.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, Committee. Recognizing the number of public delegations, I intend to be brief this morning. The term of Council priorities are aligned in accordance with Council-adopted mandates of the respective standing committees, subcommittees, and Transit Commission. Within the Environment Committee's mandate, there are two strategic objectives. One, to support an environmentally sustainable Ottawa, and two, to reduce long-term costs through planned investment and staging of diversion and conservation strategies. As the Chair has also cited, there are 10 strategic initiatives as identified and 20 associated performance measures. The descriptions of the strategic initiatives, the associated budget allocations, and proposed performance measures to be considered by the committee today are contained in Appendix A, Section 5 of the report before committee today. Thank you.
Thank you, then. We will have plenty of opportunity to ask questions of Mr. Box, as well as any of the other staff in attendance, but if we could move straight to the delegations then. I've got my list here. With a reminder to anyone who is in the room who is signed up to speak, you will have 5 minutes, after which committee members will be able to ask questions of you. For anyone who would like to speak but is not yet registered, please do so now. And a second reminder for anyone who came in late, we are planning to take a formal 1-hour break from 11:30 to 12:30 for another event that many members of the committee are committed to. We needed lunch anyway, so now we know when it's going to happen. So if I could call first, please, Shelley Page, and next, to just be ready to come up next, will be Linda Kitchikisik. So, Ms. Page, if you're here. No. Second try. Shelley Page, are you here? All right. Moving on, Linda Kitchikisik. Well, we may move forward a little faster. Erwin Dreesen. I know we received written comments from Mr. Dreesen, but not here either. Adrian Yuen? Aye.
That must be the sweets list.
Dr. George Sorger. There we go. Hey! All right. So George Sorger, PhD, Department of Biology, McMaster University. You have 5 minutes. There we go.
First, thank you very much for allowing me to address you. My name is George Sorger, and I represent a group of citizens, primarily from Councillor Nussbaum's ward, who are concerned about the possible effects of the Energy East pipeline on the health of citizens of Ottawa. I'd like to pass this around, if I may. It's a summary of what I'm going to say. The Energy East pipeline carries 100 million liters of diluted bitumen every day, and it crosses the Mississippi River, which empties into the Ottawa River, upstream of the two main water treatment plants for Ottawa. And these water treatment plants are not meant to take out dissolved compounds. They are primarily filtration plants, and followed by oxidation with chlorine. And that does not get rid of the kinds of things that would be spilled from the pipeline. The pipeline also passes by Stittsville, the farmland there, and it is underground. Now, if there were a spill, and with that kind of volume going through every day for an indefinite period of time, no matter how improbable it is, it's going to happen. And at a meeting that we had with the Ontario Energy Board, an expert informed us that if there were such a leak, it would take more than 20 minutes to stop it, which means that it would be a leak of between 1 and 1.5 million liters of diluted bitumen. From the experience in Kalamazoo River, where there was a similar spill, the tar part, that is the bitumen part of the diluted bitumen, would not be cleanable. It's been going on for years and they still can't clean it, and that would be leaching toxins and carcinogens into the Mississippi River, which would then flow through into our drinking water. I lost my train of thought just now. Anyway, what would happen if there were such a spill then would be that the tar would go to the bottom, and the diluent, which is 30%, that's 300,000 liters per day, would be partially dissolved in the water and would float on the water as well, and that would go straight through the water treatment plants. And the chlorination part of the process would actually make these toxins worse and more carcinogenic. So this being a priority, that is the health of Ottawa citizens being a priority of any city government, we believe that what should be done is for the city to hire or to somehow get an independent expert to look at the risk that this pipeline poses to the health of the citizens of Ottawa. And if, in fact, it turns out, as we feel, that this risk to our health is severe, which we think it is, then we believe that the responsibility of the City of Ottawa would be to reject the proposed Energy East pipeline. If the spill actually occurs underground near Stittsville as it goes through the farmland, this would affect the wells there, and it would do so very severely because it would be very, very difficult to take out all that contamination. You'd have to essentially dig it out. And it's actually more likely than a huge spill. What's more likely is a small leak that would not change significantly the pressure in the pipe, and that would not be detectable and would be going on essentially forever. So basically what I am asking this council to do is to do essentially, well, not essentially, actually what the City of Winnipeg has already done, which is to hire a person to look at the risk. And since the risk was found in Winnipeg to be not acceptable, they have opposed the pipeline. And I think that that would be hopefully what we would do here to avoid any ill effects to the citizens of Ottawa. I'm ready for your questions if you have any.
Thank you very much. Right on the 5 minutes. So if I understand, given as a reminder to everyone, the discussion is on the term of council priorities, both the ones that have been proposed and in favor of, critique of, or those items that may be missing that a member of council or of the public might feel ought to be a priority. So this will take us as one, if I understand, to carry out a professional risk assessment and respond to its findings is essentially what you're asking to be a priority. Do we have any questions for the delegation from members of the committee? Okay. Jeff, yeah.
I just wonder if it would be useful at this point just to ask staff to address what is our approach to the Energies pipeline and the board's process that's underway.
This is one that I think could be answered quite quickly. On the whole, I would like us to move through the delegations rather than sort of engage. We'll save our questions for staff afterwards, but I think this is one we can probably get answered quite quickly. Mr. Weir, could you remind us, please, what the current schedule we expect to be on in terms of the National Energy Board's process and the expectation of when this pipeline issue will be coming to committee?
Chair, in terms of timing, I think we're back in front of, anticipating being back in front of committee in September of this year on this matter. That's my recollection.
And to the suggestion of the delegation of doing such a risk assessment, is that something the city is anticipating doing or has done previously?
Chair, it's not something that the city has done previously, and I think not determined at this point whether or not we would be carrying that out at this point. We're putting together our thoughts and comments and would come back before committee to provide you with our recommendations.
Could I just make one last comment? It would only take less than a minute. And that is that the...
We don't normally have follow-up once you've made your presentation, just a response to questions from councillors now.
So ask me about a railroad.
Do we have any other questions? Councillor Leeper.
Did you have any further thoughts that you might want to share with the committee?
Thank you very much. Yes, it's about the railroad. Very often the pipeline is contrasted with the railroad. If you don't take the pipeline, then you take the railroad. And that is a bad, it is a non-choice. First, because the railroad is obviously much more dangerous, as we've seen from Lake Megantic. And what is explosive there is the diluent. And the diluent actually is going to be sent back by rail from the East Coast to Alberta anyway by rail, because the pumping in the pipeline is from west to east, and therefore it has to go back to Alberta. So we're not making a choice, actually. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you. And I did let that one go, but I do remind my colleagues that a specific question. I remind the presenters that if you have an important point, please do try and fit it into your 5 minutes, and that allows committee members to follow up in more detail with a specific question at that point. Next on our list is Gay Taylor, Executive Director of Cool It for the Kids. Ms. Taylor? She will be followed by David Rhinus with 350 Ottawa.
Good morning. Can you hear me? Okay.
should be up on your screens actually a short video that I
You
would
do
like
have
to
quite a
show.
soft voice, so please, you can pull the microphone closer to you and stay close.
Okay. I do have a video that I intend to show, and I hope to show the gallery, but apparently the room is not wired for sound, so everyone will see the image, but only the councillors will actually hear it very loudly. So just to call it out.
So if we all are very quiet and listen attentively, we may catch it.
Okay. Okay. If you're very quiet, yes. Okay. I can put it down here. Okay. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. Yes, my name is Gay Taylor, and I am the founder and executive director of a local organization called Cool It for the Kids. We are locally based, and the mandate for Cool It for the Kids is to essentially provide the means and the infrastructure and opportunities for the children of Ottawa to learn about climate change, to educate each other, and most profoundly and importantly, the opportunity to educate some of the adults in their lives about the urgency of this problem. I'd like to begin, the first what I would say is that I'm not going to talk very much. I have a 3-minute video here because I want to give the children a say, but I wanted, as the director of Quote for the Kids, to commend the city on the work that they have done so far. We realize that they're doing a great deal of work. So all I want to say, I want to speak only, but very deliberately, to the urgency of the climate change problem and the need, as Mr. Chernysenko said, to always keep in mind the opportunities for more ambitious action. And I realize that the priorities are set for the next 3 years, but I ask the councils, all of the councillors, to bear in mind that their decisions today will have a very profound impact on the future of, in particular, the children of Ottawa, but obviously the children everywhere, because climate change is a global problem, but it has many municipal solutions. So I would just begin the video. Essentially what it is here is Cool It for the Kids is not about having kids ventriloquize adult opinion. And of course, these children here are all between ages of 10 and 12. I find the city plan hard to follow myself, but I did read it through. And what I brought to the table for these kids, I said all I wanted to do was have them say something about the importance of climate change and what they feel about it in their lives. But I also, in order to connect it with the city plan, I said, the metaphor I gave them was of a tree. And I said that the city council has developed 7 very solid priorities, of which they are working through. And think of that as the trunk of the tree of the city's plan for the future. And it's a very good one. And then branching out from that trunk, there are 21 objectives, and those are solid branches, a great deal of work going into those as well. And then there are 63 initiatives, branching smaller branches out from that, and that's not to undermine the value of the initiatives, but when you think about the metaphor, potentially on the next set of objectives coming out in 2018, where it is, I think the kids would say certainly that they would look to see climate change as being something rather closer to the trunk than out in the extended sort of sky. So I hope you can all view the video, and I hope the people at the back can maybe hear it as well if I put down the mic where I'm supposed to. So how do I do this? I'm not very techy. Okay.
Hi, my name is Megan. I go to Fisher Park Alternative School in grade 7. Hi, my name's Ari. I'm 10 years old, and I'm in grade 5. Hi, my name's Marian. I'm in grade 6, and I'm 12 years old. Hi, my name's Annalisa, and I'm in grade 5, and I'm 11 years old. Hello, my name is Patricia, and I'm 11 years old, and I'm in grade 6. Hi, I'm Raina. I'm 12 years old, and I'm in grade 6. Hi, my name's Rebecca. I'm 10 years old, and I'm in grade 4. We need to have a lot of good weather. I mean, obviously there will sometimes be natural disasters, but if we have natural disasters every day, then our city will basically be destroyed, and they won't be able to pay all that back with money, and that's what may happen if climate change basically takes over, and they just I'm having a little trouble because of climate change here, and I think that they should work on it. Well, I know that the city has some sort of plan, but I also know that they don't have enough money for their plan. Maybe the city thinks they're good enough, but I think they're not determined enough to do it. They don't think it's the most important thing. In my opinion, it just one of the most important things.
I see many people in cars, but I think there should be more public transportation because less vehicles equals less pollution, and it's better for us.
Make more electric cars.
I find that we should plant more trees. I think it's better to plant more trees, ride bikes, or skateboards more often.
And I think that if we put fewer bike paths to and from places, it would be almost as helpful as having like the busy transit.
Make buses cheaper so that people can try using more public transportation, start planting more trees, or building more parks.
Plant some trees.
I think people should start riding their bikes more and walking. I think we should get more kids involved.
They need to get more kids involved.
Kids listen a little more to each other and stuff, because adults would want more their way and stuff.
Well, getting opinions like this, but also getting them to create awareness, making posters, making all of Ottawa realize that children care. They care about their planet. They care about their city.
And it would be better for them. I think that kids and some grown-ups are starting to speak up. That's very good because the government needs to have a certain amount of people for them to be able to listen. Together we can build a happier environment.
Together we can be the change! I think that it's important that everybody gets on board because this is such a group effort that without everybody lending a hand, this is not going to work. And the next generation is really counting on you to make a difference.
Okay, so I hope that didn't go over time. Thank you for listening. I doubt there's questions.
Thank you very much. So thank you for bringing the video with the children and your points. Quite clearly a strong emphasis on climate change and a whole lot of comments about planting trees and
riding bicycles
and more cycling. So that's a recurring theme. We're glad they are in our term of council priorities, but more and faster, I guess, is what we're hearing from the kids.
They're future voters, but they're more importantly, they're citizens already. So
yeah. Do we have any questions from committee members? No. Thank you very much. Yeah. We will move on then to, let's see, we do have one, Adrian Nguyen is now here, is that right? If you could follow David since he's already up and well. David Reines, if you'd like to speak, and then Adrian right afterwards. Thank you. If anyone who we missed at the start of the meeting was here, arrived late, please do let the clerk's office know here, and we'll try and schedule in. Thank you.
Good morning, and thanks for the opportunity to comment on the term of council priorities. My name is David Reines, and I'm representing 350 Ottawa, the local chapter of 350.org. 350 is a worldwide grassroots movement raising awareness about climate change. The number 350 is the atmospheric concentration of carbon dioxide in parts per million, deemed by scientists as a safe upper limit to avoid a climate tipping point. Greenhouse gas emissions from burning of fossil fuels trap heat in the Earth's atmosphere. Last year, 2014, was the hottest year on record. Right now, the concentration of carbon dioxide is just over 400 parts per million, the highest it's been in the last 800,000 years, and on its way to 600 parts per million by the year 2050, which will have a further driving impact on temperature. We are heartened that the Sustainable Environment Services in the 2014 Air Quality and Climate Change Management Plan have been included as part of the proposed term of council priorities, but the city needs to be doing more. In particular, there should be specific performance measures, such as improved greenhouse gas inventories for tracking Ottawa's progress in reducing emissions, both corporately and for the general public. As a minimum, the objectives should align with the 2024 per capita target cited in the climate plan, but better still, the city should match the more aggressive targets announced by the Ontario government last month. To step back and put things in broader context, I'd like to draw your attention to three trends. Number one, if our society continues business as usual, then the world is on track for an average temperature increase that will well exceed 2 degrees Celsius, with a devastating impact on the number of extreme weather events, heat waves, flooding, drought, which in turn will lead to more famine and wars. So in effect, we are on a final countdown to a dramatic change to civilization as we know it, within just the next few decades. The change can either be managed and graceful or chaotic and harsh. Trend number 2. Last week, the G7 leading industrial nations, including Canada, agreed to cut greenhouse gases by phasing out the use of fossil fuels by the year 2100, the end of this century, with an interim goal of a 70% reduction by 2050. This historic announcement sets the stage for some binding agreements at the Paris climate talks later this year. Vancouver City Council also made history by voting to support a shift to 100% renewable energy by the year 2050, the first city in Canada to take such a step. These are positive developments, but it's like trying to turn a huge tanker, and it may still prove to be too little too late. Trend number 3, to shift the economy from fossil fuels to renewable energy, our society needs to remove the subsidies and financial incentives for oil, gas, and coal. To this end, many organizations, churches, universities, cities, governments, and others have committed to fossil fuel divestment, that is, freezing new investments in fossil fuel companies and setting a schedule for selling off existing investments of fossil fuels. Right now, roughly 9% of the City of Ottawa's $250 million endowment fund is invested in oil and gas stocks. Our city should consider divesting itself from these holdings. Fossil fuel divestment makes sense ethically and practically. Ethically, if it's wrong to wreck the climate, it's wrong to profit from that wreckage. And practically, it signals to other investors and governments that financial markets are greatly overvaluing the fossil fuel reserves, 80% of which must be left in the ground if we were to keep worldwide temperature increase below 2 degrees Celsius. In summary, 350 Ottawa encourages the Environment Committee to, number 1, approve the strategic objectives and initiatives associated with sustainable environment services in the current draft of the Term of Council priorities. Number 2, recommend the addition of specific performance measures to track the city's reduction in greenhouse gas emissions, both for corporate operations and the general public. The objectives should align with the targets announced by the Ontario government in May. Number 3, recommend a review of the city's investment policy. Divestment from fossil fuels would make the strong statement that the City of Ottawa is taking leadership on climate change action and would place our city on the right side of the defining issue of our time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Linus. Do we have questions from any of the committee? No. Seeing none, I thank you for coming to speak with us today. Next is Don Grant. I'm sorry, Adrian. We had Adrian when we'd slipped in, followed by Don Grant. And Ms. Yuen, you are Vice Chair of the Environmental Stewardship Advisory Committee, and I believe with that title you are speaking to us today?
That's right.
Thank you.
Good morning, committee members. My name is Adrian Yuen, and I am here on behalf of the Environmental Stewardship Advisory Committee, a diverse group of citizens appointed on a voluntary basis to provide advice to City Council through this standing committee on policies and programs relating to the environment. Thanks for the opportunity to comment on the proposed term of council priorities. You will hopefully have seen the document containing our feedback circulated yesterday by our coordinator, so I'll present highlights rather than go through every detail. Broadly speaking, ESAC is supportive of the strategic objectives, initiatives, and performance measures laid out in Section 5. Is the sound quality okay? Okay. Many of the performance measures are very specific. Several of the items are self-explanatory and reasonably ambitious. Other items, in our view, could be strengthened. For example, the performance measures for Initiative Number 20, Air Quality and Climate Change Management Plan, could include additional indicators to track progress of the plan, such as concentrations of urban air pollution and tons of CO2 removed from the atmosphere, rather than how much electricity or fuel the city is consuming, or rather than only that. Moreover, the Green Municipal Fleet Plan and the Green Building Policy also appear to be lumped together with the AQCCMP under item number 20, while budget estimates are only given for the Air Quality and Climate Plan, so we would recommend clarifying how much funding will be split between these plans. Further, as the AQCCMP is laid out within a 20-year time frame, for accountability purposes, the TCP should specify which of the plan's actions will be completed by when. There is also room for improvement with respect to initiative number 22, the renewable energy strategy. For instance, energy includes electricity, thermal energy, and energy for transportation. So any baseline analysis of supply and demand should take these three distinct sources into account. The city would ideally work with the province's existing integrated regional resource plan on this in order to provide the data to shift toward a greater share of renewable energy, as the City of Vancouver has pledged to do. Some measures are low-tech, such as planting green roofs, which would lower electricity demand simply by reducing the urban heat island effect. With respect to waste, we noticed that residential waste diversion was not included in this section. This could be amended by including a reference to the Waste Master Plan, with specific initiatives to divert organic waste from landfill, such as removing barriers to implementing the program in high-density residential buildings, and making organic separation and storage facilities a mandatory requirement of new development approvals. ESAC also identified best practices from other jurisdictions that the city could consider to enhance existing plans. For example, in 2012, the City of Kitchener approved a policy providing credit to property owners who use best management practices to mitigate stormwater runoff entering the municipal system. Toronto's Deep Lake water cooling system is another good example, and the construction of the combined sewer storage tunnel provides an opportunity to adapt this concept. These are just the highlights. Further details and comments are in the document that you have. So I encourage you to refer to it for the full list of recommendations. In conclusion, the terms of council priorities as written in this document are good, but can aim for much more. Although organizations do have their respective spheres of influence, we hope that the city can consider raising its own environmental ambition by setting tougher targets, studying what other jurisdictions are doing, and ensuring that performance indicators are specific enough to properly measure and account for progress. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Wen, and please express my thanks to the people who have volunteered their time to serve on the Environmental Stewardship Advisory Committee. I know you're just getting into your work plan now here in a new term and with a new group. Do we have questions from any members of the committee? Councillor Kakish?
I've heard quite a bit about the performance indicators from several of the presenters this morning. I'm just wondering, are there any specific ones that you see as, or that you recommend in terms of telling us if we're doing a good job or not with what measures we're adopting?
Right. That's a very good question. There are probably lots that the committee would recommend. I would just take a look at the document. We have some specific examples of indicators that we would recommend, and if there are specific areas that you are interested in, we would be more than happy to produce additional feedback for you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, and I'll just note that we did receive your document. It's in the shared drive that all councillors have access to, and of course I'll draw it to attention to our staff as we look through the recommendations that that the committee has made that we can take on board. Okay, thank you. Moving on then to Don Grant. And Don will be followed by Liz Bernstein.
Press the button. It's the simplest things that get you, right? Good morning, councillors. I'm pleased to see you again. I've talked to most of you one-on-one, so you have a good sense of where we're coming from. I am Don Grant, Executive Director of the Ottawa Centre Eco District, and I'm very happy with what I'm seeing, and I just wanted to make a few points about things that we're thinking about in relationship to what the Term of Council Priorities has in it. So, just as a recap, for us, the Ottawa Centre Eco District has 3 top-level goals. The first one is to reduce the environmental impact of operations. So that's energy, water, and waste, and also how people get to and from work. We're doing some research. There's something in the order of 80 to 90,000 people who commute in and out of the downtown core now. They might be walking from their condos, but they do come from every part of Ottawa, so these are all really important parts of the puzzle for us. We're also interested in making the downtown more socially vibrant and more attractive to businesses over the long haul, to visitors, and I think we envision having one of the greenest downtowns in North America in the next 10 years. So we have big plans, and the things that you guys are doing are going to help us to get there. So in terms of what we're looking, the main message is we're here to help, and I've made that statement before. A great example is within the plan, you talk about the rollout of LED lighting, street lighting. I've already heard from downtown commercial landlords that they're prepared to do their exterior lighting as well, and we're cooking up an idea to try to make the entire downtown core an LED zone so that all the exterior lighting would be LED if we could. So we're really excited about this and hopeful that we can be one of the priority areas that gets LED lighting. In terms of the renewable energy strategy, too, that's in here, ES 122, it talks about collaboration with partners. We're talking about programs for energy conservation. That's the one that sometimes gets missed. We're going to try to reduce the amount of energy we need, not just look at renewable sources, and we're there to help you on that one. But some things that we wanted to talk about a bit more generally. One is that the biggest challenge I think we face is community emissions. So the city's doing a great job with its own emissions, but how do we tackle community emissions? I'm not so sure that that's addressed in here, and I'd like to look at things for that. There are some things that I think have maybe gone missing from previous documentation. One of the things that you had contemplated in the past was establishing a working group to talk with downtown property owners and land users to take a look at the shifts in terms of looking at building conversions and looking at things that we can do downtown to look at energy efficiency. It would be great if that was put back in there. I don't think it would cost a lot of money, so city assistance to bring all the stakeholders together in the downtown core to talk about energy conservation would be good. Because we do have a lot of buildings in the downtown core that are just really not very energy efficient. The second thing that I'd really like to explore as an organization is mandatory disclosure of energy performance for commercial buildings. And I'm not here to advocate for it because it may be that that's not the best answer, but it is done in Washington, D.C. and several other U.S. cities. And if we think about the gaps and the gaps that we want to fill, if we knew the amount of energy that all commercial buildings were using in the city of Ottawa, that might help us to move forward and to encourage them a little more strongly and forcefully to adopt programs that already exist by Hydro Ottawa, Enbridge, and other programs. And that would help us overall. So that's something, though, that we need to think about from a city policy level. So that's important. I'm also hopeful that we'll keep up the conversation about local improvement charges. I'm not sure if that's in or out. Also like to see a bit more policy on electric vehicles. We'd like to see an electric vehicle charging station in the downtown core. Electric vehicles are going to come on in the future. The idea is you want to plug them in at home, but if you do get downtown and you need a bit of a charge or a pickup, there's not very many places you can plug in an electric vehicle. Those are basically my comments. I don't know if you have any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Grant. Have you submitted these in writing as well?
No, I'm going to follow up with a written submission.
Noting those that I can as I go, but that would be great if you could summarize. I just have a question first. This downtown working group, is that something, who is that meant to fall under? Was that something that a city staff member had been involved in, that the ward councillor, that the committee was looking at? I'm just wondering, when you say it's sort of the idea is on hold or hasn't been put into effect.
I think we could maybe check with city staff, but I think it was one of the ideas in the original air quality and climate change management plan.
All right, thank you. Yes, it was.
Sure, through you, in response to that, yes, that's an initiative that ESD is supporting and carrying forward with.
Good.
And so, yes, that's still very much not specifically identified within the term of council priorities, but is an action that we're continuing with.
Excellent.
Thank you. And I know, just drawing from that, there are going to be a number of occasions where I will look to staff to respond to a question or perhaps comment that something isn't here in this particular term of council priorities and strategic initiatives, and why it isn't, because I know a number of cases there is action happening on it. It's just not in this document for various reasons. So I'll certainly want to get that clarified whenever it comes up. Councillor McKinney and Leeper on questions. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. Just a comment and a question around the local improvement charges. I think that it's, for myself, I mean, I support them and would like to see us moving forward. I would like it's something that I would like us to do in our own social housing stock. I think that it helps us to, with two challenges. One is, reducing energy consumption for our residents who already, sometimes will have a tough time doing so, and making our own.
Councillor, I'm having a tough time hearing you. Imagine others as well.
Sorry, that's not. Well, most people don't usually have a tough time hearing me. So certainly that's something that I'll be looking for. And the other one, I just wanted to ask you about the mandatory disclosures. I'm very interested in that. I have been for quite some time. I know that other communities do it, and there's some debate on whether you can go with voluntary, but I think that we would need it to be mandatory, so that if a tenant is moving into a building in our downtown, for example, they would be able to compare who's done what around, making their buildings more energy efficient, in many ways. But I just wonder, Don, and do you know from the tenants that you're working with and the building owners that you're working with, the landlords, is there an appetite for this? Are people, do you think that they're on board for having mandatory disclosure?
I think the issue is that the organizations that are part of our network of champions and ambassadors are, I would say, the leading edge property management firms. They're the ones that work on the A space, that are doing all the right things. I don't think they would have an issue. But the question is, would we be able to do this without causing a lot of disruption for people who are the owners of the B and the C class space? What I find is a challenge is they're the last to engage. They're the people who are the hardest for me to reach. So if I want to talk to them about programs, and I can't speak on behalf of Hydro Water, but I imagine it's the same thing. So we're just looking for more tools, more arrows in the quiver to try to convince the owners of the properties that are underperforming to take action. And I think we would have to explore it. It might not be a good fit. It might come to council, to this committee, and you decide, look, this is just not the way we want to go. But I do think we need to have a conversation, because, as I say, they're doing it in many other places, and if they're doing it somewhere else and it works, it's worth looking at.
So maybe this is something that we can put in front of the working group in terms of moving forward. I'd be very interested in that. Thank you.
Great.
Councillor Leeper?
To follow up on Councillor Cockish's question with respect to performance tracking, how does the Eco District track whether it is being successful in its goals or not?
We're doing our action plan right now, and what I'll say is that it's very difficult to do anything unless it's publicly available data. Data collection is a monstrous thing, and so we're looking at all of the available data through the city and through other sources, and that'll be how we decide, and a lot of it will be indicators. So if I'm looking at employment data, I can't claim to have created jobs, but I can at least be tracking it. And on energy performance, we've had a tough time. The city did a great job. They worked with us, Hydro Ottawa and Bridge, to all of them together to try to get an energy profile for the entire downtown. But again, that just tells us, if we get it, we don't have it right yet, if we get it, it just tells us the trend for the whole downtown. It doesn't really tell us building by building. So to answer your question, I'm not going to have the best metrics and indicators. I'm going to have clear ones like, did you do this event and how many people did you reach and how many volunteers, those types of things. But in terms of being able to contribute to top-level understanding of your goals, it's going to be hard unless we have things like mandatory disclosure.
So you would agree with some of the previous speakers with respect to the richness of the city's data set needs to be bolstered from what we've suggested here with respect to tracking and reporting?
I think so. I mean, I'm not going to speak specifically to that. But the data that I've seen is good, but more data is probably better.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions for the delegation? No. Thank you, Mr. Grant, then. I had called Liz Bernstein. I'm not seeing her in the room. Liz, are you here? No. Okay. We will actually move back to the top of the list, and I hear that both Shelley Page and Linda Kitchikisik are here. Are you separate presenters or together? We're separate. Separate. Okay. So Shelley first, please, and then Linda, you can either wait or take a seat next to her, and then when your turn comes, you will each have 5 minutes.
Thanks so much. First of all, I wanted to apologize for being tardy, but I apologize for being...
You need to have your thing.
I apologize. My work database system completely crashed at about 20 after 9, and I've been trying to rebuild it ever since. So anyway, I am here as a concerned citizen and mother of 2 who is very concerned about the type of environment that my children will grow up in the city. I'm also here as a 28-year resident of this community. And I wanted to talk about some of the individual actions my family takes to try to support the environment, and also talk a bit about how I know we can't do it alone. And so what we really need is strong leadership, targets, and direction from the city. Otherwise, I am afraid that all of the individual actions that so many of us take will not add up to enough when we're in such an urgent situation. I just want to talk a bit about our individual actions and try and imagine how they really don't add up to a lot, but this is what we do. My family takes public transit to school and work and play. We reserve our one car for activities that simply can't be reached by bus or hauling hockey gear around. We carpool all of the time. I telecommute and take the train when I travel to my office in Toronto. We live in a very small cottage, and when we've seen so many of our friends upgrade, we haven't, because we're trying to keep our hydro and electricity bills modest and our consumption modest. We try not to consume more than we need to. I live in the Westboro Beach community, where so many of my neighbors share those same values, including my neighbor Linda Kitchikisik. All of that being said, dealing with climate change is so much more than any one individual or family can do. Those of us who are motivated to do something about climate change can't carry the weight on our individual shoulders. So I'm here to say today that we are looking for our local government to be both role models in this area and provide not only ambitious targets but crucial leadership on how we can take action. When the term of council priorities were recently released, many of us were anxious to see how the issue of climate change would be tackled. I'd like to congratulate you for the leadership role you are taking on the corporate side, as an example, lowering emissions and setting targets for city vehicles. But corporate emissions account for only 5% of the total greenhouse gases. As a community, how do Ottawans come together to tackle the rest, which is a significant amount? At this point, the question is left unanswered. The priorities document is definitely oriented to action on climate change with some specific objectives that can be measured and certain areas of success, but there's no mention of reducing Ottawa's overall greenhouse gas emissions in the proposed term of council priorities, or using reductions as a way to measure success. At the end of your term, voters won't know if we've moved the needle on reducing gases. That's worrisome, and I'd have to say it's disappointing. During the 2014 election, I was in the audience when Mayor Jim Watson acknowledged that the city has a moral and ecological responsibility to do its fair share to fight climate change. The city's priority initiatives related to renewable energy, energy efficiency, cycling, walkability, public transit, watersheds, trees, nature conservation, etc., all relate to climate change. This is why the climate change plan cuts across so many environmental files, and why it's a lens through which a wide range of environmental issues can be advanced. As such, I really think for those of us who care about the environment, the full implementation of the climate plan seems to be the best way to ensure that the environment is a priority in our city. As a city as a whole, we do need ambitious targets akin to what the province of Ontario recently set, and a strategy for how to meet these targets and measure them so we can work toward a common goal. So I'm just saying that as a concerned citizen, I am looking to the term of council priorities to keep climate change promises and advance ambitious targets. So I am hoping that the city and Mayor Watson can support ambitious action on climate change, because I do believe that with such a progressive council who has a demonstrated support and concern about the environment and climate change in our city, that we can actually be a leader in tackling climate change and be a city who sets a strong example across this country for the measures and steps that we're taking. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you very much, Ms. Page, both for the work that you and your family are clearly doing and your call to the city to do its part. Do we have questions from committee for the delegation? Councillor Leeper.
Thank you, and nice to see you, Ms. Page. You mentioned that the city won't know if it's moved the needle at the end. How would we know? What would you recommend we track and do in order to understand whether that needle has been moved or not?
Thank you. I'm not being an expert on this, but I do think that if we had an overall plan to measure our greenhouse gas emissions as opposed to just corporate emissions, I think that that would be a huge step. And I am concerned that when the Ontario government has set very ambitious targets for reducing the overall greenhouse gases, cities like Ottawa have to be a part of that plan, and we certainly can't really make a dent when we're only looking at corporate emissions. So I feel with the expertise that we have, there's got to be a way to measure overall emissions now as a benchmark and what we're hoping to get to in 2020, et cetera, et cetera. So it does require thinking beyond this current council, but you have to set the ball rolling now or it won't happen.
Councillor McKinney.
Hi, and thank you. I do agree with you entirely that we do have to start moving on our community, reducing our community GHGs. It really isn't enough, and I think that as a committee and our chair, we have recognized that. And the two ways of doing it really are through the transportation initiatives and how we build our buildings. So it goes back to the conversation, I think, as you were coming into the room around, measuring what people are doing, especially our large landlords around, upgrading their buildings, our part in, our social housing stock. So it's interesting because we know how to do it, but you're right, we do have to figure out, how we're going to measure that so that that we're a leader, as as the chair would say. We look to Vancouver, who will be 100% renewable energy use by 2050, and I think that it's something that as a city we should be also looking at. So I thank you for that.
Seeing other questions from the committee then, thank you very much, Ms. Page. And Ms. Kitchikisik, please, you have 5 minutes.
Hi, thanks for hearing from us, and I'm sorry we were late. As somebody who brings 8 police departments and about 6 youth groups into the water around Ottawa every summer for Flotilla for Friendship, I'm actually doing one in Kingston tomorrow, so I'm not really horribly well prepared for today, but I do have some notes. I've noticed that there's a lot of garbage in our water, and there's going to be a whole lot more if climate change brings the kind of flooding that we presume will happen. I mean, we're already dealing with a lot of flooding, and a lot of stuff ends up in the water then. So as a First Nations person, for me, and as an Idle No More representative, our first concern is always water. And I know that there is some effort being made to remove the sewage from our water, which seems like, probably something that should have been done years and years ago. And I do congratulate you on working on that issue, but there are other things that can be done for water that homeowners can do, and developers can do, and cities can do. And the one thing I'd like to focus on is green roofs. I have never seen a requirement. If you want to keep stuffing the neighborhoods full of it. I live in a canyon. I used to live in a little bungalow quite isolated in Westboro Beach. I now live in a canyon of infill housing. I have one window that looks out. those houses should have green roofs. I mean, if you're going to fill every inch of this city with houses, which is a good idea, instead of sprawling them for miles and miles around the city, I totally agree, but we need to do something about the water. The water needs to collect somewhere, be cleaned somewhere before it runs off and goes back into our rivers and streams. The second thing I wanted to mention was the pipeline. I know you guys can't stop a pipeline, but you can consider as a council to say, we don't want this tar sands bitumen going through our communities. We don't want it to end up in our waters. So instead of sort of a muted, well, we don't really like it, but we're not going to do anything about it because we can't, we're just a city, I really think we should be taking a much stronger position on that, saying, we don't want your stinking bitumen going and somehow ending up in our river, because I have emceed things where the pipeline company has come through and they don't answer questions honestly and truly, even such a simple question as how much water, if everything went perfectly and your fail-safes on either side of the river kicked in the second there was a breach, how much oil would really be sitting in that pipeline that would fall into our river. They actually couldn't even answer that question. I know they know, but they couldn't answer it. We should have a lot more concern over this pipeline than I'm currently seeing from the City of Ottawa. Whether or not we can stop it, certainly we should be raising a lot more concern than we are. And then the third thing I wanted to mention was another item that's coming down, sure, from the seat of government at Parliament, but will also dramatically affect our communities and with a huge carbon price tag, and that's the trucking of mail into these huge mailboxes in communities. Instead of having a letter carrier walking through the community delivering them, now anything larger that can't be just fit in those little slots that they give you is going to have to be trucked in. I live next to a guy who does business, and he gets 3 to 10 deliveries a day via Pure Later, FedEx, you name it. That's one person. That's going to be for anybody who wants a book, who wants, who orders a book, or the many different things that you can now get online are now going to be trucked in separately on a truck. Again, maybe the city can't do anything, but there are cities across Canada who are speaking up and are saying, this is not acceptable. You are wrecking our communities. I don't want to give up one person on foot for, 65 trucks. So those were my 3 main points, and I thank you for listening to me.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions from members of the committee? Councillor Leeper? Yeah.
Thank you very much. Both yourself and Ms. Page talked about the impact of infill and the environmental effect that it's having, whether it is the loss of trees as a result, the loss of permeable surface as a result, the challenges that it poses for our stormwater management. Have you got some thoughts about what we might be doing better from a planning perspective related to the strategic initiatives that we're doing? Do you see enough in our SIs to deal with the impact of infill on our environment?
I can answer at least part of that, and that is that instead of worrying about the height of the buildings, which I realize communities really care about, and as a canyon dweller, I do too, why not just say, that's fine, build what you want, but it has to have a green roof. That's going to be such a game changer. Yeah. I mean, that would make such a difference, even just 3 houses in one community, because they go up pretty quick, right? That's a lot of ground to cover compared to how much ground gets covered when you stick a building there, Instead of it all being green, absorbing the water properly, having a place to put it, saving that water afterwards, watering your lawns with it, that would definitely mitigate the effects of climate change to some degree.
Thanks.
Shelley, sure. Ms. Page, if you could answer that to you.
Just as a point, today on my street, there's 4 idling dump trucks. There is a digger digging another 4-story house with an elevator that is so beyond the scope of the official plan in every possible way. The house will be about, I'd say, 6 meters above what is in the official plan, because even though the city turned it down, it won at OMB, and no one from the city defended their original decision. decision. I also am in an 1889 cottage that's been renovated, but I am also surrounded by the most absurdly large houses that you could find almost anywhere in the city, 4 stories with elevators plus roof gardens. And on top of that, the idling dump trucks up and down the street. I'm concerned about not keeping to the official plan, not building energy-efficient buildings, having all of these workers constantly in the community that idle all of the time. There are diesel trucks idling. There's so many things wrong with the way that infill is currently being done in neighborhoods. I know that we're not here to talk about that, but just as someone who truly lives this every single day, I'm just so disappointed with the way that the city has not enforced the official plan on infill housing. So I just want to say that.
To clarify, I mean, the discussion we're having today is about the strategic initiatives that are here, but it's also very interesting to hear about some of the term of council priorities and how we might implement those that are not. And the link between the environment and planning is not something that I've seen, and others have talked to me about the fact that they're not seeing it in here as well. So I appreciate those comments. Thank you both.
Thank you very much to you both. And yes, that does underline how, although there are certain responsibilities that come to the Environment Committee, there are not very many issues in the city that are cut and dry to one committee, that the overlaps with planning, with transportation, with ARAC, and on the list goes. So there are always overlaps and opportunities to address environmental issues through planning, etc. We are now at... unless Liz Bernstein has come in the meantime, we are now at David Beto, representing Ottawa Greenpeace. All right. And Mr. Beto will be followed by Nancy Biggs. Thank you very much. You have 5 minutes.
I'm Dave Beda. I'm volunteer with Ottawa Gatineau Greenpeace. I think it's great that greenhouse gas emissions are being reduced locally, but I notice, as others have, that the Energy Pipeline is not on the priorities. If this is an oversight, it's a serious one. I don't see how the water environment strategy, excellent as it is, could possibly be effective in the event of a spill of a broken pipeline carrying diluted bitumen along the Ottawa River. I don't see how the laudably frank air quality and climate change management plan can maintain its entire relevance if at the same time the Energy Pipeline were to be built and utilized on land falling within the authority of this city. Any jurisdiction which allows the Energy Pipeline to transgress its territory directly facilitates the massive increase in greenhouse gas emissions which this project will unavoidably generate. This is what over 100 eminent scientists from across North America are asking us not to allow by calling, only last week, for a moratorium on new oil sands development, because the climate changes we are now experiencing, the result of global warming, are caused by overloading the atmosphere with too much carbon dioxide, a byproduct of burning fossil hydrocarbons like the tar sands. That much we know is definitely true. What we do not know exactly is what will happen to us when we allow global average temperature to rise beyond the 2 °C mark agreed upon by climatologists as the maximum heat increase beyond which climate chaos will ensue, making the life, work, and objectives of our city and our civilization, if not entirely impossible, at least greatly diminished. This is not a prospect any rational person should be forced to contemplate today, given both the viability and availability of clean alternative energy sourcing in Canada. The fossil fuel corporations operating in this country desire everyone to continue burning their product, as they have no wish to relinquish the political clout they've enjoyed for so long, and they are desperate to export the bitumen of the tar sands, the world's most toxic and expensive fuel. And of course, they tell us our economy will suffer if we don't let them go ahead with this foolhardy venture. Now, as was pointed out earlier, opinions are changing about that. We now know that the economy will benefit from the change, but there's an incredible stubbornness about that as well. The fossil hydrocarbon business in its madness reminds me of King Lear warning, "Come not between the dragon and his wrath." But what's the threat? The Energy East pipeline, should it be built in spite of the increasingly stranded assets of the tar sands, would create pathetically few jobs, but endanger many communities, including Ottawa. The poisonous muck that will be shot down the pipe will be for export to whoever is short-sighted or cynical enough to burn it. The mining, processing, and refining of tar sands bitumen, when the combustion of the final product will put so much excess carbon into Earth's atmosphere that it will be, in the words of world-renowned climatologist James Hansen, game over for all of us. That term, game over, is a very mild expression to describe the worst possible thing that could happen to us, and for myself, forbidding in its understatement. Because what happens when global mean temperature continues to rise will be unprecedented, uncontrollable, and more limiting to our activities and aspirations than just about anything since the last ice age. Apologists for the oil corporations say it will be very difficult to transition to clean, sustainable energy sourcing. I won't argue with that, but are they implying we can't do it? Well, we know we can do it. We're Canadians. Difficult is what we do. We're good at it. All we need is solid political and moral support from all levels of government, federal, provincial, and municipal. It's already happening. We need to think about it more, too. Please don't tell me it's not the business of municipalities to interfere in matters of national and international import. This is everybody's business. This is our future hanging in the balance. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Beto. Do we have questions from any members of the committee? No. Thank you. I want to pick up on your comments and clarify then, as it stands, we already had some comments from Mr. Weir as to where the city has a role. The National Energy Board was in Ottawa meeting with the mayor, and I believe it was Councillor Moffat, myself, and Councillor Kadri were at that meeting as representatives of wards that would be immediately affected by the pipeline, as chair of the Environment Committee, and ARAC as well. And we are tracking very closely when the right moment to intervene or to comment is. The expectation is that this committee will have on its agenda, we're only guessing now, fall, late fall, winter, when we understand better the National Energy Board's schedule. My intention, our intention, is to have a debate here as to what the city's position is, what the comment we will be making is. At the moment, we need to know what we are commenting on before we make an official comment, and what the process is looking at. So there is every intention to have a city opinion, but that's the current schedule. Whether that's adequate for you or not is another story, but just so you know. I'm
not really suggesting anything definite, except it sounds very good what you're describing. I suppose I'm simply urging everybody to think beyond the actual political borders, because obviously climate does not recognize these borders, and that the emissions that occur in Alberta, which are, part of the pipeline, what happens with the pipeline is everybody's business. That's all I'm urging is to think very broadly. I also would like to suggest that because climate change is an entirely unprecedented problem, that perhaps strategies to prevent the worst of it may also require unprecedented thinking and actions. I know that's a bit abstract, but...
I thank you for bringing your concerns and thoughts to us today.
Right, thank you.
Other questions? Next on our list would be Nancy Biggs. Nancy, are you here? Yes, there we are. Thank you. And Nancy will be followed by Duncan Bury, after which we'll need to make a calculation as to whether we can fit in another speaker before our planned 11:30 one-hour break. Ms. Biggs, thank you. You have 5 minutes.
Okay. Thank you for allowing me to speak. Although I'm a member of the Environmental Stewardship Advisory Committee, I volunteer with Ecology Ottawa, and a past board member of Citizens for Safe Cycling, I'm speaking today as an individual citizen. My family has lived in Ottawa for 6 generations, and the changes to the environment have been great, much due to the growth in population. Ottawa's climate has changed. The 2005 Climate Change Management Plan noted the average temperature in Ottawa has gone up 1 degree centigrade from normal over a 30-year average. We are seeing more freezing rain events, heavy rainfall causing flooding and sinkholes, as well as an increase in heat waves. We are a lucky city and don't have to take such drastic actions as my brother-in-law living near Melbourne did this past year, building an underground bunker to take shelter in during a bushfire. While living outside of Melbourne, I have personally experienced a bushfire coming within 1 kilometer of my family's home. It's a very frightening experience, and one that we're seeing happen more often in Canada and the United States because of climate change. The 2005 Climate Plan set targets to reduce CO2 emissions at 30% by the city corporation and 20% by the community by 1990 levels. Many of the specific recommendations for greenhouse gas reductions have not been achieved. Targets were set with emissions reductions measured by the actual volumes in metric tons of carbon dioxide. It is the total amount of carbon dioxide emissions that is critical. For example, one goal in the 2005 plan was to increase transit ridership by 4.5% per year to increase mobile share, control parking supply and pricing, with a reduction potential of 9,000 tons per year. Yesterday, Globe and Mail compared how reducing emissions to targets set by the G7 is similar to engaging your car's brakes. Start early and the process is smooth and steady. Wait too long and you feel a jolt. To avoid the jolt, we need a reduction rate of 5% per year starting in 2015 to avoid having to reduce emissions by 9% per year if we put it off to 2020. The City of Ottawa, in the 2014 Climate Plan, has set its target at less than half that rate, at 2% per year. We have to raise the bar higher. This needs to be recognized in the term of council priorities. What has been achieved so far? In 2004, Ottawa's emissions per capita was 7.3 tons, and in 2012, it was 5.8 tons. That sounds good, but actually, most of this drop in carbon dioxide emissions was due to the provincial government closing its coal-fired power stations. Ottawa's population is projected to grow by 1% per year, reaching a population of 1,031,000 by 2021. Therefore, at 5.8 tons per capita per year, this would mean a 10% increase in emissions from 2012 to 2021. I apologize about the numbers, but it's the numbers that count. The elephant in the room is that 95% of Ottawa's greenhouse gas emissions are from the community, from just ordinary Ottawa citizens, as opposed to city operations. The city acknowledges that protecting air quality and adapting to climate change will require changes in the community's habits, lifestyles, and daily behaviors. If the city is truly serious about reducing its total emissions, it must get the community involved, maybe by starting an advertising campaign, much like an anti-smoking campaign, which would help to educate, promote, incent, and facilitate changes in community behavior to significantly reduce their emissions. Possibly the city could provide an app on its website that allows Ottawans to calculate their carbon footprint and suggest how they can make it smaller. The term of council priorities that fall under the lens of the Environment Committee are more about city operations, how the city operations can reduce its greenhouse gas emissions, when the focus should actually be on the community, as they produce 95% of Ottawa's emissions. Reducing the community's greenhouse gas emissions should be included in the term of council priorities. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Biggs. Do we have questions from any members of the committee? Seeing none, I thank you very much for taking the time to come today. Next, we have Duncan Bury.
Thank you much for the opportunity to speak here today. I would urge the council to recommend, I would urge the committee to recommend to council that the priorities report be amended by adding as an additional priority the undertaking of a comprehensive waste management master plan. And this commitment would support commitment ES2 that you have up on your overhead. The 2011-2014 City Balance Scorecard results summary notes that the 2013 target of completing 100% of the municipal waste management master plan deliverables was met. This may be the case, but this doesn't in fact mean that the waste plan in its current iteration is of any particular value, because it was regrettably entirely premised on the success of Plasco's technology, and we all know how Plasco turned out. Despite its laudable waste reduction goals and support for diversion, the current waste plan doesn't stand up to scrutiny. The plan brought hook, line, and sinker into the Plasco dream. It didn't assess other disposal options, and the collapse of the Plasco proposal completely undermines the plan's foundations and key assumptions. The critically weakened plan doesn't contain any detailed or current waste composition data. It doesn't contain any analysis of residuals management options or the relative costs, benefits, or environmental impacts of available residuals management technologies. There is no review of municipal waste management best practices. Most of the work that you'd expect to be done to support a major infrastructure decision doesn't appear to be there. I'm pleased to see that the priorities report contains a commitment to a 4-year program to enhance waste diversion in parks, buildings, and ground services operation. That's SI 24. This is good as far as it goes, but frankly, a proper waste management master plan is a much higher priority. So how can waste management planning not be a priority, given what has happened in the past couple of years with Plasco and the Orgerwell files? The city put all of its waste management eggs into the Plasco basket, and unfortunately that basket is irrevocably broken. The Orgerwell contract is problematic, to say the least. The anticipated 2030 closure and 20-year life expectancy of a Trail Road landfill site should not be allowed to lull us into complacency or thinking that we have lots of time to get this right. Ottawa is lucky to have such a landfill capacity, and it should be husbanded carefully. The fact that we supposedly have a waste plan should not confuse you. The current plan does not address the significant waste management and waste diversion challenges facing the city, nor does it set out a path forward. Ottawa needs to get ahead of these challenges as soon as it can, and it needs to make up for a decade that has been lost waiting for the Plasco proposal to meet with success. The city should start by broadening its current auditing of recyclables and waste in the blue and black box programs, the green bin program, and the leaf and yard waste. A comprehensive waste plan should also be looking at what exactly is in the 175,000 tons of garbage that is disposed of annually, and not just looking at the recyclables and where they end up, which is what I believe the city is doing, although I'm not entirely clear about that, and it would be interesting to hear what the answer to that question is. Is the city, in fact, looking at everything that's not, in fact, recyclables and is in the waste stream? So we do need to know what's in the waste stream. We need to know about how much renovation waste there is, how much electronics, how much metal, how much non-recyclable packaging. We need to know about the moisture content. These are all critical pieces of information upon which to build future decisions on waste diversion and waste disposal technology, including thermal options. This committee, at its inaugural meeting in February, directed staff, and I quote, to undertake, before presenting a procurement strategy, an updated waste management plan to ensure that it incorporates updated waste composition data and to ensure that approaches to addressing all streams are included, including a review of municipal best practices. This direction, I would suggest strongly, should be a priority for the next 4 years. Garbage and recycling may be out of sight and out of mind for many of Ottawa's residents, but it is a critical part of a city's infrastructure. It should not be treated as a second-class, lower priority relative to other, perhaps more visible environmental initiatives such as increasing forest cover and stormwater management. So in conclusion, I would urge you to make waste management planning a priority for 2015-2018 and to urge Council to amend the priorities report to take that into account. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Beery. I know that when we get to our councillors and committee members questioning of staff, I'll want to dive into some of those questions to make clear what the existing work plan is, those things that are already underway and planned and therefore perhaps not identified as new strategic initiatives. But I will wait to do that when it's the right moment to delve right into it. Members of committee, do we have questions for Mr. Beery? Okay. Thank you very much, then. It is 11:20. I believe we can fit in one more speaker and still meet our 11:30 pause time. Brian Tanzi, I have, is next on the list. I know Mr. Tanzi was here. Yes, still is. Okay. I hear from my colleagues they need to be at this event for 11:25. So if you're all right with that, we'll take the pause now. And that way we won't be pressured if there are questions for you at the end. We'll do that, and we'll also return. We'll have the rest of the delegations, our opportunity for debate, and return to Councillor Wilkinson's item for clarification and debate on that as well. So thank you. We will reconvene at 12:30 promptly, please. All right, if I could ask members of the committee to take your seats, please. We will resume. We do have quorum plus one or two. I understand that Councillor Moffat has to leave at 1 o'clock for another engagement. All right. Mr. Tansey, Brian Tansey, here you are. You're with us. If you could please come forward. And he will be followed by Charles Hodgson. If I might just do a show of hands. Bill Toms, you are still here. Sucha Man. Yes, and Charles, I saw you. Is Sucha Man here? Okay, it may still be. And then I had Charlotte Skromida is here. Thank you. Marwan Ghalib. Thank you. And Janice Ashworth. She's down. Okay, maybe back up. I know she was earlier. And Mark Brooks. I don't see him right now, but we'll... thank you. Just want to do a quick run through. That is potentially 8 people, but let's start where we are. Brian Tansey, thank you for joining us. You have 5 minutes.
So I'm here to... just for 4 points, but all the councillors would have in front of you or available to you apparently this 6-page document, which I'm not going to read from. It's basically the essence of what zero waste really means, all the details of it, including the 6 R's. The first R actually is rethink. It's not reduce. So I'm just referring you to that document, so when you're looking for some homework to do, it's to inform you as members of the Environment Committee. It's pretty well written, it's well recognized, it's the latest, they actually call it version 6.0, the Zero Waste Alliance, International Zero Waste Alliance. I wanted to talk about 4 things quickly. The first one is rethink, and that's just one of the guiding questions, and one of the R's. I can only imagine, and I have sympathy for council members, not just here, but any committee members. None of you are expected to be, by me anyways, as a taxpayer and a citizen, to be experts at this EC stuff. None of you are experts at this. But what that leads to is if you're going to have to rethink, if the city should rethink, for example, as a council term of priority, how are we going to go about managing the waste problem in the city? Who do you get to rely on? You have to rely on staff. And staff have to have, on the staff, you have to know that you've got at least a very good GP. It doesn't mean you have to have a specialist in this, but you've got to have a very good GP, one who knows when to refer to a specialist and who doesn't. So I'll come back to that in a minute. As my last point, I'm wondering about all this and how the long-term solid waste management plan is going to be built on an audit, which I understand really is being done, and we're close to the end of it. There's going to be a report in the fall. I'm really wondering if enough resources have been spent to do that audit thoroughly. So I'm going to want to know, not now, what kind of money is being spent on that. And I don't just mean staff time, but maybe just staff time. But if there isn't a fair amount of dough being spent on this, my suspicion is it's not being done thoroughly enough. And if it's not being done thoroughly enough, i.e. doing the audit of the residuals, you won't know where to start. It's like doing a financial plan and deciding that you're not even going to look at your spending over the last 18 months by your MasterCard. It just doesn't make sense. So that's about rethink. In the guiding principles of the same document, one of them is called engage the community. It looks to me like what's happened over the last 4 years, maybe longer. The Environment Committee has not used an advisory committee hardly at all. And I think that's kind of crazy because it's obvious there are lots of people in the community, and I'm not one of them, who really know a lot about this stuff and could be consulted and used. I don't see much evidence that it looks like that's going to get restarted with this committee. I wish it would, and that's what I'm mentioning to you now. Third of the 4 points, I'm sure you're all aware, even though none of us are experts in this waste business, that the Ontario Waste Reduction Act is coming. I don't know if you guys all know how soon it's coming. Probably, my understanding is the first draft is already written. They're probably 6, 7, 8 weeks away from publishing it. And what's apparently not going to be in there, or what is going to be in there, is they're going to not allow incineration. So If that turned out to be true, remember, you may have heard it here first, if that's true, you can kind of, all the municipalities in Ontario can give up on the idea of being saved by a Blasco or any other form of incineration. It's just not going to be allowed. I mean, apparently the minister is really strong on this, and I don't know what everything else, so we'll see. And then the last point I'm just coming back to is the business about the cost. I would love to see the cost of what the city is spending on doing this audit. Because if it isn't a fair amount of dough, probably $80,000 or $100,000, I'm guessing it's probably not being done thoroughly enough. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions from the committee? Seeing none? Thank you. Mr. Tansey. Up next we have, let me just check, I know that Liz Bernstein is now here. I could play the school teacher and say, coming late, you're down at the bottom of the list, unless there is a reason why you need to go first. Otherwise, I'll have you wrap up, if you will, bat cleanup. So we'll go to Bill Thomas, please. Bill? I'm sorry. Charles Hodgson, then Bill Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There has been a lot of interest in the term of council priorities by College Ottawa and our supporters. You're seeing some of that with all of the people here. It's one of the most, Graham Saul put out an email over the weekend with analysis of how we feel the term of council priorities looks, and it's one of the higher open rates of emails that we've sent. And I think that's not just because we understood that this is the mechanism through which the Air Quality and Climate Change Management Plan would get funding, but also it's setting the course for the broad range of environmental directions that the city will take over the next couple of years. We have posted 2 analysis online, and I've submitted that to the organizer of the committee so that you'll have links to those, a sort of 3-page summary for our followers and a 14-page analysis as well for discussion. I want to thank all of the committee members who have been influential in trying to move the agenda forward on this. It's something that we really appreciate. The renewable energy strategy, Chair, you made a point of bringing up early on in the session today, and I think reading the text in the plan or in the priorities document itself, it doesn't come through as large as it may otherwise. So we hope to hear more of that in the future. So to summarize our position, with respect to healthy watersheds, we were really happy to see that the city's continuing with the water environment strategy. We think, though, that what's lacking there is there's no mention of green infrastructure or low-impact development, which is very key for absorbing rainfall. It's been mentioned earlier in the day. So we would recommend that specific reference to green infrastructure be added to the term of council priorities. We're also very happy with the city coming on board for tree cover and tree planting, the target of trying to get 1 million trees in the ground for Canada's birthday. What's missing there, though, is there doesn't seem to be a commitment to a new forest management strategy. And so, again, we would recommend that forest management strategy be added to the term of council priorities explicitly. Transportation, obviously with light rail, there's a big emphasis, and getting people to use the light rail, cycling and walking, very important, so we're very pleased with that. But something that was received quite well in last term, complete streets policy is absent. So again, we'd like to recommend that the city include a complete streets policy as part of the term of council priorities.
Lastly, but certainly not least, what brought me to Ecology Ottawa, what brings me today, is climate change, and many other people today came for that. We worked very hard, and many people supported in letting councillors know that we felt that climate change needed to be a term of council priority, and we're very pleased that the Air Quality and Climate Change Management Plan is in there for implementation. But as one of the children in the video said, how serious is it? We know, we've seen before when Mayor Watson gets behind something, how well things work. He rallies the bureaucracy, he puts forward a compelling vision, he makes sure that people understand this is an important investment. He goes after the federal government and the provincial government to raise the funds, so there's a shared dependency on the cost, and then he works hard to make it happen. 2 years ago, at the Greenhouse Gas Roundtable, he stood up and, as it was said earlier, he promised to meet and exceed the greenhouse gas reduction targets that the city had yet to produce. And as someone else, a couple of other people have said today, as performance measures in this document, there's nothing on how we're measuring our greenhouse gas emissions and whether or not we're measuring them in their reduction. And I know one of the questions earlier from Council to one of the speakers was about what kind of measures that might be, and I'll be happy to take that question as well. So in the election campaign, the mayor also said that, and it was said earlier today, that we have a moral and ecological responsibility to take on climate change, and we would really love to see the mayor throw his weight behind this, behind his words, because if we had ambitious action on climate change, not only would it address this critical issue that we're responsible here for as well as everywhere else, but it would also lay the groundwork for lasting gains across the entire environmental portfolio. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll just take this opportunity to say thank you to Ecology Ottawa for a very thorough document. I did have the pleasure of reading through it yesterday, and you've done quite a thorough analysis of the city's commitments, what we've followed through on, where there's still a gap, where I identified quite succinctly what you're calling for. So as with all of the other individuals and organizations here today, I'd really appreciate when you take the time to be very specific, point us to commitments made, your own views, gaps, etc., and be quite prescriptive in what you think the city could be doing better. So thank you to your membership for taking that time. To my committee members, Councillor Leeper.
And thank you very much, Mr. Hodgson, and thank you for opening the door to the question of measurement. We've heard it, I think, in almost each of the presentations we've heard, that the performance measures by which we're going to track whether or not we're achieving our environmental objectives are fairly, they're probably too granular with respect to what it is that we're going to measure and not getting at what we really need to measure. What would you measure in our place?
Well, the analogy with financial operations, if you didn't feel that you could get an analysis of what your bank account held or how much you were drawing in your bank account, you'd find that to be a big problem. I think if you go back through the records for the City of Ottawa, even before amalgamation, a number of greenhouse gas inventories have been performed. The three of them that I'm aware of since amalgamation, if you put them up on a graph, they don't look anything like each other. The methodology was different, the numbers that came out the end were different, there are acknowledged errors, and I think that we should accept that because it's a new area that people are trying to get a grip with. But that doesn't mean it's not important. If we have objectives of reducing greenhouse gases, you can't manage what you don't measure. And if we accept that the most recent greenhouse gas inventory was the
most accurate, it still takes provincial averages for, I mean, the corporate, the city's operations, you have a better idea of what you're doing and you can get better granularity, but in terms of the general population and the community, I believe that for the most recent greenhouse gas inventory, provincial numbers were sort of narrowed down to what might be the case in Ottawa. And so one important way to be able to establish whether you're making progress on those goals would be to get a better process of identifying what we're actually producing, and that will give us what the high points are about what we need to operate on first. There is no silver bullet here because it's, is it 1,000 things or 10,000 things that we're doing that are causing a problem? We're going to have to make little bits of progress on all of those.
The other piece that you spoke to was low-impact development, green infrastructure, something that we heard in a couple of other presentations as well. What should we be, how would you suggest as a city that we should be taking a look at environmental issues through a planning lens?
I think that there are initiatives in that direction in the water environment strategy, but the emphasis on green infrastructure, just the phrase isn't in the term of council priorities, nor low-impact development, and sort of the big picture image that's an important element gets more weight if it's in a higher level document. The idea of a particular department being in charge of everything environmental is really the wrong way to go about it. All of the departments that have work to do in managing the city, if we can weave the awareness of what the issues are in with their other responsibilities, they're in the best position to understand how to implement it in the most effective way.
And finally, I just want to thank you for raising the urban forest management strategy as a potential gap in our term of council priorities. There is a real emphasis in here on planting new trees. Those of us in the core, your neighborhood particularly, understand the importance of preserving the trees that we have, and this will be something I'm looking forward to talking about with staff as we proceed through this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do we have others with questions for this delegation? Seeing none, thank you very much, Mr. Hodgson.
Thank you for your time.
Moving then to Bill Toms, who will be followed by Soo Chun Man.
First of all, I want to thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to come here today. I'll begin by saying how pleased I am to see that the restructuring of the water and wastewater rate system is finally back on the agenda after about a 4-year timeout. I hope that this time around there will be enough resolve around the table to move forward with the changes that will finally modernize the water rate structure in Ottawa. I also hope that this time around the process by which the public will be able to have an opportunity to provide input will also be improved. I'm also quite encouraged that this council will put forward some effort to get our waste management plan back together again. The Plasko and Orgo situations have cost taxpayers quite a bit of money, and many taxpayers are wondering how things went so badly off track. The cost of the waste system in Ottawa, however, looks very affordable. If I understand my property tax bill properly, there is a unit charge of $82 and a second charge that is based on the assessed value of my home. My total cost last year for waste was only about $134. That's a real bargain. The cost of just getting snow removed from my driveway is almost 3 times that amount. I somehow wonder if all of the costs of waste services have been fully allocated in this calculation. What about all the legal fees associated with both the Orgo Road and Plasko situations? What about the reserves for the costs of a future landfill if and when Trail Road reaches capacity? What about the potential liability costs associated with any kind of accident, and even the rising costs of the GHG emissions from waste operations. Plasco's failure to launch should warn us that there is almost certainly no silver bullet. Even incineration that is being used by Durham is not cheap. I believe it was some $285 million in capital costs and took years to be approved. Since the city has finally found the time and enthusiasm to reform water rates, I would like to see a similar process applied to reform the way that residents pay for curbside waste pickup and processing. I would like to suggest that the Environment Committee recommend that the term of council priorities report be amended to add undertaking a comprehensive and thorough review of how residents should be charged for all of the direct and indirect costs of waste collection and processing. Is it logical to argue that a more valuable house consistently produces more curbside waste? Arguably, waste collection and processing represents a service, just like providing drinking water and treating wastewater. Since it is a service, it can be priced. Curbside waste needs to be priced so that all residents can better value the service. Our 2-week, 12-bag maximum limit for residual waste is a negative signal that diversion is really not a top priority. For years, Ottawa councillors have tended to resist considering any variant of a tag-a-bag system. Other cities in Ontario have been able to develop their own customized variants of this pay-as-you-throw system, and it has helped them increase diversion. Pay-as-you-throw, when properly designed, rewards individuals who make an effort to sort and separate their waste. My hometown of Belleville has a pay-as-you-throw system, but it only collects about half of its total curbside residual waste costs through tags. Other cities may have developed other targets. In conclusion, I think this council should consider reforming the way that residents pay for their waste services, using many of the same criteria being developed to evaluate possible new water rate structures. The need for fairness, affordability, and transparency are just as important for the waste collection system as they are for our water rate system. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Toms. Do we have any questions? Councillor Poitier.
Just a clarification, did I hear you say that a more expensive house generates more waste? Is that what I hear?
Well, that's certainly the way in which the current rate structure applies. There's two charges that I find on my property tax bill. There's one charge, which is $82, which is a unit charge. The remainder of the bill, my total bill for waste services that's shown on the flip side of my tax bill is $134. My understanding of the difference between the $82 per unit and the $134 is that that incremental amount is tied to the assessment of the house. Is that correct?
I know that's how it's charged, but you're not. Are you saying that in fact the more expensive the house, the more waste is generated?
In fact, it's not. It's not.
Okay. I just want that clarification.
There are some charges, for example, in the water rate structure, which were originally tied to the value of the home, and I'm talking about the fire supply charge. That was originally tied to the value of the home. It was a fire hydrant charge. That charge got moved because it was felt to be inappropriate. I think it was appropriate because the fire charge was in effect insurance on your house, if you like, and reduced your insurance rates, so therefore you had a lower insurance rate based upon the value of your house. Now it's based upon the size of the water intake, and I think that's the wrong place for it to be.
Thank you. Do we have any other questions from committee? Seeing none, I thank you, Mr. Toms. Next on the list is Sucha Man. Sucha Man? No? All right. Next we had Charlotte Skromeda. Thanks very much. If you could introduce yourself and if you are representing a group or yourself as a citizen.
I'm Charlotte Skromeda. I represent Faith in the Common Good. a national interfaith network working for the common good to protect the environment. We support faith communities from very diverse backgrounds that share a desire to safeguard our ecosystems, and we believe that through collaboration and understanding, we can achieve our common goals. In addition to hosting green events, our Greening Sacred Spaces program helps faith communities in their greening efforts by providing a variety of resources and information. Our new Mission Per Square Foot program aims to assist in the revitalization of faith buildings to maximize sustainability and serve the larger community. The environment is something that we all share, and therefore as an organization, as members of faith communities, and as citizens of the city, we support the City of Ottawa's proposed term of council priorities relating to the environment. Faith in the Common Good sees climate change as one of the most pressing issues currently facing our society. We are happy that the city has identified attending climate change as a term of council priority. The sooner we confront these challenges, the easier it will be to move forward as a society. Additionally, as a young adult who has lived in Ottawa most of my life, I'm also deeply invested in Ottawa's development into a greener city. Ottawa is home to a lot of youth, many of whom seek alternative, less expensive, and greener modes of living. I am glad that the term of council's priorities address the need for action regarding climate change so that youth, such as me, can look forward to a greener future for our city. Faith in the Common Good believes that transitioning to a renewable city is the best economic and environmental development strategy currently available. It won't be easy, and it will take a lot of time and effort, but starting as soon as possible is extremely important. We offer our enthusiastic support for the renewable energy strategy as a method of achieving this goal. By determining the current status of energy supply and demand and examining our options for energy efficiency for the future, we will be taking a vital step towards a renewable city. Our organization encourages land acquisition, the creation of green buildings, and the production of green spaces through our various programs and initiatives. We believe strongly in the need for dedicated funding for land acquisition, which was lacking from the term of council priorities. The city needs to complete the work of setting up a mechanism to finance and acquire land and to budget for an annual contribution. We are glad that the city is committed to forest management. The increased forest cover initiative will help preserve green spaces that are important to our city's communities. Furthermore, under our Greening Sacred Spaces program, Faith in the Common Good supports communities engaged in promotion of sustainable transportation. We applaud the City of Ottawa's commitment to public transit, cycling, and walkability. Sustainable, affordable, and safe transportation options are important to building strong communities and encouraging people of all ages and cultures to be active and to participate in society. Finally, the implementation of a sustainability lens to decision-making is a very significant move for the city. As an organization, we recognize that sustainability can and should be a consideration when making important decisions, whether these decisions relate to the well-being of our faith community or the future of the nation's capital. Thank you very much for your time.
And thank you. Do we have any questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much for coming today. Next, we have Mr. Marwan Ghalib. You can correct me when you get here. Thank you for joining us. Do you have a presentation, do you?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon, committee members, and thank you for your time and thank you for giving me the chance to speak today. I am here on behalf of Sustainable Eastern Ontario, which is a network organization that fosters partnerships and collaborations on sustainability activities throughout Eastern Ontario. We do this by connecting sustainability groups together.
I might just ask you to pause so that you get your full 5 minutes. There we go. Thank you. I didn't want you to be interrupted by the noise.
Thank you very much. As I said, I represent Sustainable Eastern Ontario, and we foster partnerships and collaborations on sustainability activities throughout Eastern Ontario. And we do this by connecting sustainability groups together, developing strategic collaborations across the sector, building capacity of administration and operations, and celebrating successes across the region. We are raising the profile and capability of sustainability initiatives and telling the story of transition and resilience in our community. We have a program called the Community Energy Network of Eastern Ontario, which is a broad community network focused on green energy. The network is a collaboration of organizations, businesses, community groups, and partners. The Community Energy Network of Eastern Ontario supports the development of existing collaborations and helps explore new models of collaborations. One exciting collaboration, and also during the initial 4 years of operation, the Community Energy Network provided seed funding and support for the launching of 2 local community energy cooperatives, which are the Ottawa Renewable Energy Cooperative and the Wintergreen Renewable Energy Cooperative. Why I'm here today is that we'll just talk about how we take the environment for granted. We believe so. And the truth is we're experiencing an environmental degradation, which is a result of socio-economical, technological, and institutional activities, where Earth's natural resources, such as clean water supply in air and soil, and as a result, our food supply is greatly affected. James Faginanti, a leading hydrologist at NASA Jet Propulsion Laboratory, said, "Vanishing groundwater will translate to major declines in agricultural productivity and energy production, with the potential of skyrocketing food prices and profound economic and political ramifications." So as you can see here, these are articles from various websites about how the environment is affected, with examples for droughts in different parts of the world. And it's not just in California and Brazil, it's also in Australia, in China, and Middle East, and all around the world. And we don't want to wait and do nothing until the day that this happens here in Ottawa. We're glad to see that climate change is greatly touched on in the term of council priorities. It is probably the most critical challenge facing society, and delay just makes the challenge more daunting and cost of inaction higher. For the term of council priorities, we are very glad to see the renewable energy strategy as one of the initiatives, and we would really encourage the city to develop city policy on solar photovoltaics at city buildings, and if there are any solar projects that the city is currently working on, we encourage that the city continues with these projects and makes sure that they are completed as soon as possible. There are a number of encouraging technological developments in terms of the solar industry, which summarize into the cost of solar panels dropping exponentially. As you can see here, the price of silicon photovoltaic cells in dollars per watt has reduced dramatically since the 1970s, from $76 per watt to around 36 cents per watt, and it will continue to decrease. The second technology is the satellite Earth imaging, which enables various solar companies to make rapid and accurate decisions on solar panel installations. Also, the energy storage mechanisms are improving rapidly. The ability to take solar energy captured during the day, the time shift, and time shift it into the night, using battery storage, has improved very significantly over the past 5 years, and will continue to reduce. The transition to a renewable city is the best economic development strategy available, and it's a very important element of becoming more resilient. And we also encourage the city to support local community energy cooperatives such as the Ottawa Renewable Energy Co-op. And thank you very much for your time.
And thank you very much. Do we have any questions from the committee? No. Seeing none, I thank you for coming today.
Thank you.
We now would like to call on Janice Ashworth, and that then brings us, is Janice back yet? No, I don't see Janice. So short of her reappearing as we come to the end, I don't believe I see Mark Brooks back either, so Liz Bernstein would be our final speaker, with the only qualifier being if either of those last two show up in the next 10 minutes, we'll try and slip them in. Thank you very much, Liz. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Councillor Tronchenko and committee. Thanks very much. I'm Liz Bernstein and the president of the Lowertown Community Association, and thrilled to speak today to you on behalf of 20 community associations. And as you can tell, citizens of Ottawa take this issue very, very seriously, and that's the issue of climate change. I originally am from New Orleans, some of you may know, some not, and I just returned from the Gulf Coast where my parents live in Mississippi, where Katrina hit 10 years ago. And the big cities like New Orleans and the small cities like Bay St. Louis, where my parents live, are still recovering a decade later. So it's very important that cities have a role. It's just so clear to me from my own personal experience. And that if we don't act now, we certainly will have to act later. So with that, I just wanted to share that the passion I have for addressing climate change, the greatest moral issue of our time, I think, is shared by so many Ottawans, and it's evident in discussions around the city that we have with community associations, with NGOs, with other groups, and that we are looking to you all for leadership on how our city is going to address this really important issue for us over the next 5 years. So we held meeting recently, where some of you were at, the Community Association of Forum and Environmental Sustainability, which is a forum for community associations primarily in the downtown core, but have discussed various issues over the past couple of years, and we were grateful that you came, David and Jeff, to discuss with us the importance of this committee's work, this term of council, and climate change. And at that very meeting, so much interest was garnered, people asked us to write a letter to you and the mayor conveying our sentiments that we really wanted to see this issue taken up seriously in the term of council priorities and funded not only in the strategic initiatives pot available this year, but in future years' budgets, that's an important piece of our work. So I just wanted to take a moment to tell you who has joined in sending this letter. It was Action Sandy Hill, Beacon Hill Community Association, Champlain Park, Civic Hospital Neighborhood, Dalhousie, Glebe Annex, Glebe, Green Space Alliance of Canada's capital, Heron Park Community Association, Hintonburg, Lowertown, Mechanicsville, New Edinburgh, Old Ottawa South, Ottawa East, Queensway Terrace North, Riverview Park, Rothwell Heights property owners, Westboro and Westboro Beach community associations. And we were joined by 350.org, Bioregional North America, Carleton Climate Commons Working Group, Ottawa Renewable Energy Co-op, right by Tucker House, University of Ottawa's Office of Campus Sustainability. So as you can see, of a wide group of organizations and community associations in the city, really do believe this is an important issue for us, and our the letter itself, you all have likely received by now, and is indeed on the website of Ecology Ottawa and many of our community association websites as well. If you need a reminder, I won't read the letter again. And last but not least, in my other capacity of why I was late, I'm also my day job with the Nobel Women's Initiative. Last year we hosted a gathering of women throughout Ottawa focused on Energy East and how that was a threat to our city and what women felt about Energy East. And very interestingly, as we know, there are many risks associated with the proposed tar sands pipeline, but really so many raise the issue of climate change and why that's important to them and their families here, as well as other risks in terms of our waterways and potential spills and other things like that. But it was another forum where it was very clear for women across Ottawa are also very concerned about climate change and looking for leadership from the city. So I will leave it at that, and thank you very much for your deliberations today and for having us today. Thank you.
Thank you very much for joining us. Do we have any questions for Ms. Bernstein? Seeing none, then, that brings us to the end of our delegations, short of Janice Ashworth and, who was the other one, Mark Brooks, having joined us, going once, going twice. Can't say I wasn't fair. All right. So we'll now move on to the debate portion and opportunity to question our staff. I had asked that we have several general managers prepared to join us at the podium, so none of us will have to crane our necks, nor they, as there are quite a number of important issues that were raised today. And well, we will have questions first, and so please join us. At which point we can move to actually formally going through the document and having our debate then. So let's have questions of clarification, both on the document and those that might have arisen during the presentations. I had asked Mr. Weir in particular yesterday that we be prepared, that staff be prepared to respond to some of the comments made, gaps identified or alleged gaps identified by some of the delegations that are here today or people who had written. I knew that in a few cases the city actually has some of that work either well underway or about to start, which might explain why we don't see a specific commitment or priority or strategic initiative, because that is actually work that had been previously identified. So there's an opportunity here to clarify that, both for the people who have raised those issues. We did hear a number around urban forestry, around waste management, and ecologically valuable land acquisition, etc., where a status update would be helpful. But let's start. I'll hold back some of my particular specific questions. Let's start with questions. Councillor Brockington, and I'll start a list here if you just want to signal to me. Go ahead, Councillor Brockington.
So I have a number, so when you're tired of hearing from me, just put me at the bottom and let a colleague go on. So let's get right into it. So with the failure of Plasco, what is the strategic initiative or the vision to bring this type of technology back to Ottawa? Why is there not a strategic initiative identified for this type?
Chair, through you to the councillor, essentially where we're going is a stepped process that is first addressing the source-separated organics program. This grows out of a commitment that was made last June to committee and council. That source-separated organic review is due this fall, pending resolution of some of the legal issues that are ongoing with Orderworld. I think if one looks at the waste hierarchy that sees reduce, reuse, recycle before any of the others, I think we're staying with that hierarchy of waste management and intending that SSO, or source-separated organics program review, will deal with that element. Coincident with that, the city is undergoing waste audits of its two major components of our residential waste streams and of our containerized waste stream programs. These are multi-season waste audits, 4-season waste audits that look at all elements of the city's waste, including garbage, organics, blue and black box. So it's a full scan of the city's waste management, and that will be providing important input into how successful we're doing and where we need to go in terms of waste management. So those two initiatives are underway, both of which are expected to wrap up this fall and be able to come back to this committee prior to embarking on any additional work in terms of residual management or thermal processing or stuff. As we committed to Environment Committee in February, we need to go through these program reviews and these performance evaluations and audits prior to embarking on anything about a next stage, if you will, or further processing. So that, and because these are such significant elements of our waste management service delivery, it was felt that we would not move forward with the completion of the waste management until we had those key elements well understood and well supported by committee and council. So essentially where we sit in terms of the overall waste management plan, we have agreed to the high-level policy approach in the previous term of council, which identified performance for residential wastes, parks, city buildings, construction debris. So those performance requirements are established and are approved, and we're tracking towards those. We're completing the two program reviews and the audits, and that with that complete, we would then be able to re-engage on the waste management master plan. So I think it's a very logical, stepped process that works through one step at a time prior to moving on to the next element of the overall plan.
Excellent. Thank you for that. Can you remind the committee whether or not we've made a submission to the National Energy Board with respect to the pipeline and what the city's actual involvement is with respect to this issue?
If I can, I would say that we're planning on, there has been a bit of a pause or a halt in the program, and we're planning on commenting further, but we're waiting for that process to to get going again. There has been a hesitation or an interruption in the National Energy Board or in the Energy East proposal. That needs to get resolved before the city's in a position to be able to comment further on the entire proposal. So we're holding in abeyance, if you will, our response prior to commenting on that proposal.
And I don't know, Mr. Chair, is that something that would come to this committee for a general discussion before an official response or an official comment from the city is
Yes, absolutely. That is something that is, well, I would say scheduled in the broadest sense. It isn't scheduled because we don't know when it will happen yet, but depending on Energy East's revised submission, supposing they revise and resubmit or update it, and then the NEB's new timetable, the intention is absolutely that the city will want to have an official comment and an official view that would have its main genesis, if that's not too big a word here, its main debate would be hashed out here with the opportunity for public delegations on that occasion. We don't, late fall, winter maybe is just a best guess at this point. Yeah. But it isn't the city that's delaying at the moment. It's we need to know what we are responding to and what schedule we'd respond to, if that's correct. Yeah.
Okay, very well. Okay, now I have specific questions about the strategic initiatives that are being proposed. I can get into that. So my first questions are regarding the increase the forest cover, achieve the city's tree planting target of 125,000 trees per year. Is that net or gross? How many trees are actually cut down in a year? How many trees die? And is this net of that? Like if we have 100,000 trees dying or being cut down and 125,000 going in, then we're not growing or we're not planting that many more. So what's the true increase in trees on an annual basis?
Through the chair, that is the gross, planting 125. In terms of trees being taken down by our forestry services, fairly small number. For instance, EAB is in around the 6,000-7,000 tree range.
And can you just explain what the exact partnership is with Ecology Ottawa with respect to the 1 million trees planted? Who's doing what in that relationship?
The 1 million trees planted is the Ecology Ottawa target. Our contribution and our partnership is our 125,000 trees, 2 years, so 250,000 trees towards that target.
Next set of questions are regarding SI 20, Air Quality and Climate Change Management Plan. Before the meeting, I had met with the chair, and I had just requested that the committee have a much better sense of what that plan is, perhaps to note for a future Environment Committee meeting this calendar year. The committee can get into sort of the details of the plan. Just maybe I'm the only one, but I'd like to have a very in-depth idea of this plan, because it's hard to know whether the SIs that are being proposed under this umbrella are enough, based on what I admit is my lack of knowledge about the depth of the plan. We've heard concerns addressed about whether or not we have enough indicators to actually measure success, and I just wanted to ask staff if they've considered this, if there's anything else that we can add or consider to ensure that we are properly or adequately measuring and getting out of what we need to measure, not whether it's being successful.
Chair, through you to the councillor. First off, love dearly to sit down and walk through with you. You don't have the advantage of having been here when we went through the greenhouse gas, the Air Quality Climate Change Master Plan in the spring of last year. I think it's important to understand that the performance measures that are included here are by no means the overall performance measures for the master plan. The master plan has a number of performance measures in and of itself, and those measure both corporate and community objectives, and I think it's important that we don't understand one in exchange for the other. So there are, reduced per capita, in terms of the Air Quality Climate Change Master Plan, there are a number of community performance measures and corporate performance measures that provide a more fulsome description of the plan itself. I think what we have tried to do within many of the performance measures that have been indicated or included in the strategic plan is highlight those initiatives that will give council a quick and accurate understanding of the progress the corporation is making in addressing its performance measure and its contribution towards achieving the overall air quality climate change. So the suggestion, we've worked very carefully, both within ourselves and across the organization, across the city organization, to propose a few performance measures for the Air Quality Climate Change Management Plan. They give you a quick look at a couple of the major areas of energy use in the fleet and in the buildings area, which are two of the more prominent city areas of energy consumption. Those are, please don't understand those to be by any means the only performance measures. Those are two that we can highlight, and that I think equally important, I would say, that we have direct and absolute control over, well, perhaps not absolute control, but direct control over our ability to achieve those. So a great deal of time was spent selecting performance measures that would give council a good sense as to the city's performance and achievement towards that overall air quality and climate change master plan. And I think one of the comments that I did hear is, and I couldn't support more, is that this is a broad initiative across the entire city organization. Here this morning or this afternoon, you're hearing from me as the GM of Environmental Services, but I was very pleased today and then in the chair's comments this morning on the nomination for the Air Quality Climate Change Program that we recognize 6 different departments and something like 17 different branches that were a part of the Air Quality and Climate Change Master Plan program, and I think that gives you a good sense as to how broadly the city is attacking this in order to fulfill our obligation to move forward and to achieve our goals. So hope that helps, and the short answer is we'd be pleased to sit down with you and walk through with you the details of the plan.
Is there anything I can get before council approves this next month?
Absolutely.
Okay, that would help me. With respect to the renewable energy strategy, you have a completion of Q4 2017, which is 2.5 years from now. And what the work outline suggests is you'll do a detailed baseline analysis of energy supply and demand, and you'll assess options. Is it possible to get that done sooner so that we as a council can actually set some targets before this term of council is over? Not necessarily that we can meet those targets, because, other municipalities take decades to achieve a certain percentage, but it just seems that on renewable energy, that this term of council should achieve something other than completing an analysis of the lay of the land, which I believe is very important, and which I believe is one of the first steps that needs to be done. But why does it take 2.5 years? Why not, I would suggest a year, but I want to hear you comment on this, and then this committee and council can digest that and think about, all right, what are the next steps to pursue some reasonable yet needed goals for this city. So just comment on the time.
Sure. A couple of issues. One is funding and the other is uncertainty. On the issue of uncertainty, this is not an initiative that we've undertaken before, and so it will be something of a learning experience for us as we start to develop it, and so we have given ourselves enough room to be able to be confident that we would achieve that within the timeline that's proposed. So there is that within that timing. The other part of this is, in order to provide a better strategy, we're planning on seeking financial support using this money and leveraging it into other funding from either the Ministry of Energy or the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, which are two potential sources of additional funding. And with that, we're hoping to be able to parlay council's investment into a much larger bucket, if you will, and therefore a much more either a broader or a more rigorous analysis and plan. So those are the two issues that are affecting timing.
I've got some other stuff, but I'm going to pause and let others take over and then reserve my right to come back.
Much appreciated. All right, I have in the queue at the moment Councillor Kakish, then Leeper, then McKenney, and of course Signal if you want to be added to that list.
Thank you, Chair. And just to pick up on those, the benchmarks and the measures we have in place to actually measure the success of the programs or the strategic direction one. There's a lot of good points that were raised in the presentation or the submission from the stewardship group and the advisory committee. Have you seen those, and what are your thoughts on some of the points, not just under the air quality and climate plan, but the other points they raise there as well?
Chair, through you to the councillor, I think it's important to understand that this isn't the only mechanism through which staff will be reporting out to committee and council on major initiatives, and I think we haven't perhaps done as good a job of explaining that. I think today on the Environment Committee's agenda, there was a report on renewable energy and some of our initiatives from Public Works that is a much more detailed analysis of some of that reporting. Things like waste diversion, which I know was one of the comments about we should be reporting more rigorously or more thoroughly, if you will, on waste management. Well, that will come in our biannual reporting, so that there are other mechanisms through which council will be able to stay connected to some of these initiatives, be they strategic initiatives or be they departmental initiatives. And there are performance measures on waste diversion, which, for instance, I'm absolutely certain will continue to be reported out biannually to committee and council, and so you will be able to see those. So I think this is a piece of the puzzle in terms of reporting, but it is by far and away not the only means by which we will be reporting out. These are, my understanding, and in developing these for our areas of work, is these are intended to give council a snapshot as to our progress in the overall activity, but not necessarily a comprehensive understanding of all the details of each of these initiatives.
Okay, thanks. I appreciate that, and I think it's important that as we move forward with this, that we are moving in the sustainable direction, but we also want to see at the end of the day what those results are, how tangible they've been, and so we can measure our success or failures in those areas. And like I said, I think some of the points, the specifics raised by the advisory committee are certainly worth taking into consideration, so I hope you will do that as you move forward. One of the points raised during some of the presentations as well was about divestments in fossil fuels. I'm just wondering, I don't know, Mr. Weir, if you can speak to this, or if someone from the Treasurer's Office can speak to that, and why, whether it's a more stable source to invest in.
Chair, I'm not able to provide comment on that. That's,
Is there anyone?
I don't know if there's anyone here from Finance. Oh, there you are. There's the voice.
Just based on what some of the groups were saying about divestment in fossil fuels and why a small portion is in renewables versus a larger portion of our city investments are in fossil fuels.
I don't know that
okay.
I'm the person to answer that. We can take it away, Councillor, and try and get you an answer.
Okay. Right. That's fine. Thank you.
Yeah.
Well, perhaps if we could ask for a response from the appropriate member of staff following this meeting. Actually, I'll step in here then. This seems like the right moment. I had a suggestion that given the number of, if you want to call them priorities, that public delegations today or written comments from citizens have pointed out, either believing that the city is not acting on because they're not seeing them in this document as priorities. Some of them I know to be the case that the city is actually acting on, and for various reasons, because they aren't showing up in this document as new initiatives, or some confusion between the budget versus the term of council priorities. I'm wondering if we might give some form of direction to our staff to look through those key written submissions we received, and some today, and if correcting the record, or at least clarifying for staff before, for committee and all of council before it goes to council, we might get some response. I'm sorry if that's not particularly clear, but an answer to a question like what is involved in divesting from fossil fuels, and what is the city's current, if you will, amount of investment in fossil fuel. Are we invested in fossil fuels in our portfolio, and if so, how much, etc.? There are some of those questions that I think would be useful to us prior to that final council vote to have answers to those. Yeah, that's not terribly clear, was it?
So perhaps we can sit down after, and if there are any particular areas that you'd like clarity around or performance measures, we could try to talk about or figure out a means by which some of those performance measures might be coming forward to committee.
I think that's probably the best way. I will take on the task, if you will, of summarizing the 6 or 8 gaps or apparent gaps, and we'll have an opportunity then for staff to give that response to all of council as to where are we, so that they might decide, is this truly a missing priority that somehow slipped through, or they feel should get more emphasis, or is it just something that you had to read the tea leaves or read between the lines in order to know it was there. So if we could do that between meetings.
Yes, certainly, Chair. We will undertake to do that, and the outcome of that discussion we would provide through a memo to Council in advance of the July 8th meeting.
Thank you. I'll highlight a few of those when I ask my own specific questions, but I did want to let other members of the committee ask theirs first. So I had next Councillor Leeper.
Thank you. Oh, my goodness. Sorry. A number of the questions have been asked already, but I did want to delve down a little bit further into the waste stream audit. We heard some very specific and granular suggestions from Mr. Burry with respect to what we should be measuring, and I just want to know, are we getting to that level of granularity? Can you give me a little bit more color on that?
Short answer is yes, we are. We are doing a very comprehensive waste audit on both the containerized programs and on the curbside wastes. We are going beyond the standard, if you will, that is promoted by Waste Diversion Ontario and or Stewardship Ontario. We are getting into the details of all 4 of the waste streams and going through the analysis and understand the amount of material that's misplaced or things. I think Mr. Burry was speaking with me at the end of the first session, and we were able to confirm for him that things like construction debris and misplaced recyclables and electronics and things like that are all part of what's being quantified through the waste diversion audits. And we are taking a 4-season approach so that we'll know the variability over the seasons. And we're also looking at 2 different programs, our curbside waste program as well as our containerized waste collection program. So it is a very comprehensive audit, and the city is investing in this well above what Waste Diversion Ontario is providing as part of the funding.
What kind of frequency would we see of that reporting, and how publicly? Is that a quarterly report that we might be looking forward to seeing?
Just through you to the councillor, that would be a report that would look at the 4 seasons. That's what we're getting back from out of this analysis. It will individually look at the 4 seasons, and to a limited extent, we're seeing some of the data coming back on the season by season, but the full integrated, if you will, comprehensive result we will see only as each of those audits is complete, so on an annual basis. And these are done periodically. I think the last time that we did a similar analysis was back in 2010. Okay. So these aren't annual. These types of audits are not done annually. They're done periodically.
I think it was Mr. Tansey who was asking about how much we invest in these audits. Are they expensive to do? How much do they cost?
My understanding that Mr. Tansey was speaking to the Source Separated Organics Program review, and if I can put anyone's at ease, by his definition, we are doing a comprehensive audit. We are satisfying the threshold that he was speaking about. This is a very detailed analysis of our Source Separated Organics Program review.
How is that conducted? Is that third party, and how much does it cost to bring on the consultants who do that?
Chair, through you to the councillor, it is a third party that we're relying on. Staff are investing a tremendous amount of time because, of course, staff are very involved with the service delivery and have a very great appreciation of the actual programs and services. So we are very involved in this. The financial amount is over in the neighborhood of $115,000 to $120,000, I think, for the, if I'm not mistaken, for the audit, for the third-party audit, and then the staff time on top of that.
Yeah, so that would be, it would be unreasonable to expect that sort of audit would be done on like an annual basis, for instance.
No, this is a program review. So I think if I can try to sort of clarify between the two, and I think the word audit's confusing. The Source Separated Organic Program Review grew out of the audit that was delivered by the AAG last June and July. Okay. So the audit connects. The word audit connects to the Source Separated Organic because that was the genesis of that program review. Okay. There is another audit that is being done that is the waste audit that is being that I've just spoken about, that is being done on our residential and containerized program. That's basically take the waste from a number of homes, spread it out on the floor, and then go through it in detail to determine what is in those homes' waste and in each of the streams. And so that's a much, I think I heard the term granular. That's a very granular analysis of the waste that's coming from a number of homes, as opposed to the program review, which is a higher level analysis and is intended to give us direction on how we can move further forward and improve the source separated organics program.
So I guess what I'm interested in is how often we're taking a really close look at people's garbage to ascertain what it's made of.
The last time that we did this was 2010. So it's not done regularly. We're trying to capture now post-service level change. There was a feeling that we did a post-implementation of the source separated organics program review. We did an audit. Then we felt that it was prudent to wait until after the service level change that occurred in late October 2012, and that program, so that review started in 2014 and will be concluded late summer this year.
Okay. One of the SIs relates to waste diversion in parks. There is some funding available to increase the number, I think it's organics collection in the parks. And I was just wondering, it's a very brief line in the SI document. What are we getting for the SI under that rubric?
Through the chair, it's a very modest investment, about $25,000 a year, and what we're trying to do there is increase the capture rate and decrease the contamination.
Okay. How many parks roughly would be added as a result of this investment?
Through the chair, we're concentrating primarily on the city building portion of the program. We have in the neighborhood of 20-odd parks that are already implemented, but we are having
While I'm having difficulty hearing you, I imagine others are too, if you could...
Sorry, we are having issues in the parks with contamination, so that's something we're working through now, and that's one of the focuses of the program this year.
Okay. One of the bigger questions that I have is I've asked a number of the presenters about the relationship between planning and the environment. Taking a look at how we approve developments or not based on the environmental implications of those. It's not something I think we can answer today, but I am concerned that we're approving developments in the absence of an environmental sustainability lens that is meaningful in any way. Our infill guidelines, for instance, really address the impact of the visual impact of infills, more rear yard setbacks, reduced heights, etc., but they don't necessarily address the stormwater management implications, for instance. We're not addressing things like incenting green roofs on buildings. Over the course of this term of council, what would be the mechanism that we would use to ensure that we're looking at planning through an environmental lens? Because when I look at the planning side of our SIs, I don't see it, and when I look at the environmental side of our SIs, I don't see it. And I guess I'm looking for some comfort that over the next 4 years, we're going to be planning our city in an environmentally sustainable way.
Chair, what I would suggest is that I take this question back and engage General Manager of Planning and Growth Management, Michael Mizzi, and ourselves in a conversation about that, because I do know that sustainability and environmental considerations have been considerations with respect to the planning, but I'm not in a position to articulate those in an effective way to you. So I would propose that we meet outside of this meeting.
I'd be interested in having that conversation, and it's a longer conversation to have, obviously, but I appreciate that. Mr. Chair, those are my questions for the moment.
Thank you very much. I just feel the need at the moment to make a few comments. We've thrown the word audit around in different ways, so for as clear as I hope I can make it and we can make it, the Auditor General of the city performed an audit, let's call it the Orga World Audit or Source Separated Organics. We are now reviewing that program, but what we're hearing specifically from some members of the public, and I believe rightly so, is wanting to know whether the city has done a different kind of an audit, an actual study of what is in our garbage bags, what is in our green bins, what's in our blue boxes and our black boxes. Are the right things going to the right places? Are we missing things? That is the other kind that's being called for. And what I'm hearing is, yes, that's being done. Am I hearing it's being adequately resourced and that there will actually be people ripping open bags and ripping open enough bags that we will have an accurate understanding of how well our messaging is getting out there and how well the public is participating?
Chair, absolutely. You're absolutely correct. We are tearing apart bags and going through bins and blue boxes, and that in order to understand the material and that's arriving in the right place and that material that is arriving in a different place. And we're carrying out, as I mentioned, 2 different types of audits because of the completely different collection programs and performance requirements. We're carrying out a curbside audit where we've been very successful in getting up over 50% diversion, but there's still opportunity there for improvement, and so we're carrying out an audit of that service, and exactly as you propose, as you mentioned, tearing apart bags, emptying out bins on the concrete floor, and going through the material to understand what's in those bins. And then there is a completely separate audit that is dealing with the containerized program, which is serving essentially high-density multi-residential units, and where we are struggling to get to the 20% range in terms of diversion, and trying to understand, again, the same questions, the same answers, what's in the right bin and what's in the wrong bin, and around which we will tailor our education and planning program to move more of those materials into the right bin. And at this point, we're looking at a very separate, targeted multi-residential planning and education, promotion and educational program focused around multi-residential or containerized programs, and because that is the area in the classic recyclable material where there is the greatest gain to be had, and so that focus is on that area. On the curbside, we are performing quite well, and so the nature of the promotion and education is probably a little bit different in that for those homes and those residents.
Thank you. I just felt the need to underline that only when we know what's actually going into containers and what's going in the wrong places can we take corrective action when we actually understand that. So perhaps enough on the audit and the waste audit question for today. Though I can't dictate that. You'll let me know. Councillor McKinney.
Thank you, Chair. I just wonder if you can answer offhand, or maybe it is something that you can report back on the air quality and climate change management plan. Were there additional initiatives? We heard from a lot of, or from several folks today, some concerns around our performance measures and especially around the community greenhouse gases. And I just wonder if there were any additional initiatives that came out of the GHG roundtable that we did. Well, I guess it's 2.5 years ago now. Time flies. That we could look at including in our performance measures is. I don't know if you know offhand, or if I can ask you to report back on that.
Chair, through you to the councillor. The focus, as I tried to explain a little bit earlier, was in terms of the performance measures that are being proposed in the term of council priorities. They were selected specifically and purposefully on those things that the city has direct control over. The greater community goals and targets, if you will, would be subject to reporting out on an update to the Air Quality Climate Change Master Plan, which is part of, not until 2019, I believe it is, according to that plan that was tabled last year. And the input that you mentioned, the greenhouse gas roundtable that we had in, I think it was 2013, was included as important input into the development of last year's Air Quality Climate Change Plan. And some of I took the opportunity of the break just to sort of refresh my memory. Some of the community objectives were to reduce per capita electricity use and things like that. There were things that were done in the community that we would presumably report out on at a subsequent plan update.
So then just on that, a couple of things. The local improvement charges that we discussed a bit earlier, is there a sense where, do you have a sense where we're going in terms of looking at whether it's our own social housing stock, or do you think it is reasonable for us to expect that we could look at picking up a program like the PACE program that we've looked at in the past, just as a, I don't want to just tick off a box, obviously, but I think it is something that came out of the round table, and I think that would have an impact on that measure.
So, Chair, through you to the Councillor, the Air Quality Climate Change Plan looked at the successes and the various programs that are out there for local initiative private household retrofits, and we're certainly keeping a close eye on some of the programs. Halifax has had a program. Toronto has initiated a program. They're probably about a year old. We are following those, and our commitment was to continue to monitor some of those programs to see how successful and to see what the public uptake was before deciding or reporting out to committee and council on that. So, and we are continuing with many of those initiatives that are commitments that were made in the Air Quality Climate Change Plan.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Middick is next on the list. Can make his way over, or? Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. Not long. I know Councillor Brockington asked you a little bit about the trees. So I've had a few clear cuts happen in my ward lately, so I wanted to just clarify a few things. If I read this right, under the strategic objectives, we're to maintain a 2-to-1 or greater ratio between trees planted and trees removed, right?
Through the Chair, that's correct.
So that's pretty basic. It's been there for a while. Yeah, okay.
Correct. We exceed it, though.
Sorry?
We do exceed 2-to-1.
Awesome.
By far.
And then under performance measures, we want to achieve the city's planting target of 125,000 trees per year. That's on top of our 2-to-1 replacement ratio.
Through the Chair, that's including the 2-to-1 replacement. Oh. So that's all planting together, all the different plantings we do, whether it's a planting when we take down an emerald ash borer tree or whether we are doing additional plantings in the community.
So Barrington Park in my ward just lost, I believe, I'm spitballing here, roughly 150 fully mature trees. So the 2-to-1 ratio would be taken out of the 125 we have allocated annually.
Through the Chair, that's correct, and they'll probably be planted this fall.
No, I'm just trying to figure out the numbers here. And where does the 1 million trees factor in on this? This is on top of our 2-to-1 ratio, which includes the 125? Because it seems like, it just seems like with this ratio being included, we're not actually increasing. Or maybe I was really bad at math in high school.
Through the Chair, the 1 million tree target is Ecology Ottawa's target, and I think I misspoke earlier. We're actually contributing 4 years of 125,000 trees towards that target. To give the councillor an idea, our EAB replacements are around 26,000 trees. We have a Trees and Trust program of about 2,000 trees. We do various small plantings like schoolyard plantings, 200. We're doing about 2,000 trees.
So I'm going to get lost in the numbers here. EAB Emerald Ash Borer is 26,000?
That's the amount of trees we're planting.
So we've lost about 12,500 trees then to the EAB.
Actually, we've lost less than that. We've lost about 7,000 trees.
Okay.
So the 2-to-1 ratio, we exceed it. That's our target, but we do exceed it by far.
Okay. And is there any part of the city or where we look at a spot and we say, you know what, we have some trees left, or we plan to plant 125,000. Maybe we could spruce up the green cover in this area. Do we do that?
Through the chair, the biggest plantings we do are partnerships with the conservation authorities, and we do in the neighborhood of about 75,000 trees with our conservation partners.
Okay. All right. That's great. I just wanted to clear that up a little bit. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have Councillor Leeper again, and then let me know if anyone else wants to go on the list. I'll have a few questions to finish up the question section, and then we'll go into debate.
I'm reminded by Councillor Middick's questions of something that's been raised with me by a number of residents. When we're planting trees, what is our strategy with respect to not repeating some of the mistakes of the past with respect to, a monoculture of trees, planting too many of one species, planting trees that take into account that our climate is changing, so that some of the locally sourced stuff may need to evolve to things that have been nursed further south, for instance, Pennsylvania or such places. How are we ensuring or seeking to ensure the sustainability of our forests moving forward in light of some of the challenges of the past?
Through the chair, I'm not the expert in this, but I might ask Mr. Barclay to come up. We do have foresters on staff, so when you do have a street that we've taken out a number of trees, the foresters will determine what plantings go where, and oftentimes it'll be changed up and they will be climate-hardy trees, etc.
Through you, Mr. Chair, part of that is that we're looking at planting, as much native stock as we can, and then mixing up those streets as best we can. So we go through the complete street, look at it, and put a mix of species, a mix of sizes, and we're achieving about 85% native that we're able to get native stock for. That alone helps then the diversification and helps the long-term effects that we can have on those neighborhoods and the streets. And then we still use some different varieties to try and get that mix, so that's that other 15% could be in our hard surfaces in the areas that are really tough to plant. We're still using a few non-native species in those areas, but there is really a push to try and put as many different types of trees on a street so that we have that diversity and not try and recreate what we had with the elm and with the ash and at this time.
How many different species of trees do we currently plant?
We have an extensive list, a number off the top of my head. We usually have about 12 to 16 per season, so we move it on a list that we would give a resident to make a choice from. We usually try and have 3 or 4 large trees, 3 or 4 medium-sized trees, 3 or 4 small trees, and we change that on an ongoing basis. As well, we supplement that with the stuff that we do ourselves by adding other species in at the different times of the year, trying to look at what's available through the nurseries and the tenders that we have out there, and make that balance out. So we have, we have a number of trees that are available to us to use, and we try and pick the best ones for those sites. So we're, as much of a mix as we can without getting too far over into non-native species.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Leeper. Having not been signaled for any others to go on the list, I'll ask a couple of specific questions myself, and we can go to debate. One that was raised, but let's just say I was either not entirely convinced or clear on the answer, was the idea of the local improvement charges. It goes by all kinds of different acronyms, PACE, paper. The idea that the energy retrofit, re-insulation improvements to a home or a building might be financed through an on-bill financing mechanism so that stays with the home or the building. An impediment that a lot of people have to making those investments is, some is I can't finance it or don't have the borrowing power, so being able to do it through another body is one way of doing it. But for a lot of people, it's that I may not live in this house for long enough to see that return, so that if it can stay with the house or the building, the new buyer buys it knowing that all of these improvements have been made. They're buying a very energy efficient house, but that they will not only see the benefits, they'll have to finish paying off the expense. I know that when the city evaluated this for the AQCCMP, we concluded that the jury was sort of mixed. Vancouver's program did not go very well. Halifax's went quite well, but was quite targeted in one technology. Toronto was just launching a pilot. We're a year later. Toronto has concluded that theirs was actually quite successful as a pilot, and they're rolling it out more broadly. My recollection is that our own plan, our own commitment at that time said we'll report back to council in a year, and that would have been this April. So my understanding is we're a little bit late in our one-year reporting back. I would like to either clarify right now if you know that, or get back to when we might be able to, this council, this committee, be able to get an analysis of how did Toronto do, why did they conclude to go forward with it, if that's what they really did, and perhaps in the meantime have other cities had success or failure, and why, factors that, because it's been brought up, I find it attractive, and it's been brought up by many residents and some of the groups here today as something they would like to see explored and at least piloted in Ottawa.
Chair, at this point we don't have a report planned for the legislative agenda. We are continuing to monitor the Toronto program, and we are very familiar with both of Vancouver's lack of success and Halifax's success. But we haven't identified a timing for a report back.
Well, it does seem to me we should do, because I believe I'm correct that we actually made that commitment to report back a year later, and we're past that now. If I can be of help, at a recent conference that Councillor Brockington and I attended, several people were there from both Vancouver who had volunteered. Yeah, we know quite clearly why ours failed, and others, Manitoba and a few American cities, who'd said, we know why ours succeeded. So if we can, I can share some of that with you, and we can make a commitment to Environment Committee to full-on report. I'm not fussy about what we mean by a report, but definitely report back to, I think, is a commitment that has been made and we need to follow through on.
I'm quite prepared to accept that, and we'll sit down with yourselves and plan when that could come back.
Thank you. That was one. The climate change performance measure, sort of baseline data, was a number of people have highlighted the fact that we've had sort of a mixed bag over a number of councils, a number of terms, how we report. It seems very clear that this is something we need to anchor on, both in terms of demonstrating progress on climate change and the renewable energy strategy. Start with a very good baseline set of data that we can stick with for a while. I think I know the answer, and I'm just looking for the nod that you might give me, that we would make that a key part of a renewable energy strategy. Where are we now? We meaning both the city and the broader city, so that we can then target actions and monitor how well they're working.
So, short answer is yes. We are continuing to work on refining and improving the calculation, if you will, and yes, we will include those improvements as part of the baseline management.
Thank you. And one last piece that was brought up briefly, it was certainly identified by both the Green Space Alliance and in the Ecology Ottawa sort of analysis, and has been one that's close to my heart. Land acquisition, I know we've got a better full name for that, ecologically viable lands acquisition, words to that effect. We had identified again in our air quality climate change management plan some actions that needed to be taken, identifying perhaps a body or a group of organizations that might create a kind of a clearinghouse to purchase land, the city needing to identify a regular funding source. Where do we stand on that? It doesn't seem to me we've made much progress on that in the intervening year or year and a half.
I invite Planning and Growth
Mr.
Management
Schmidt,
to help
all
out.
right, and
Mr. Schmidt and Mr. Stowe.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this is an area that falls more into the PGM area, and Dr. Stowe is probably in a much better position. Dr. Stowe is probably in a much better position to respond to. This is an issue that he has been involved with over the years. It was something that was put forward as an SI for this year, but it was not carried forward. There's 3 priority sites that were originally identified for acquisition. There was a report that went forward, I'm not sure, a couple of years ago, I think, which did identify how we were making out with that. But before I step into something that I may not be as knowledgeable as Dr. Stowe, I'll turn it over to him to provide the clarity, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, there were actually the 2 initiatives that were identified as possibilities for strategic initiatives. One was with urban natural features, and one was looking at rural environmental lands or rural natural heritage, rural natural areas. In 2013, we brought forward an update to the Urban Natural Features Strategy, in which we reviewed the status of that strategy, and which was very positive. We have an outstanding network of urban natural areas. We have more than 99% of households in Ottawa within 400 meters of some kind of green space or another. But we did identify 3 privately owned urban natural areas that were of significance in the communities in which they were situated that we felt should be considered for acquisition in this term of council. One was Shayrow Woods in Councillor Caudry's ward. One was Riverside or Armstrong Road South Woods in Councillor I've just gone blank, Cockish's ward, and one was Nantes Woods in Councillor Blaise ward. We have actually reached an agreement with the Riverside South Development Corporation for acquisition of a portion of the Armstrong Road South Woods in Councillor Cockish's ward through a land exchange. That's an 8-acre portion that will be retained, and that's being factored into the Riverside South Community Design Plan. We have not yet identified any funding for acquisition of the other 2 features. With respect to the rural area, we along with Environmental Services, proposed an initiative, a partnership with a number of other conservation organizations, the 3 conservation authorities, the Nature Conservancy of Canada, several land trusts, Ducks Unlimited Canada, and that would have taken advantage of federal funds for land acquisition that were available through the National Conservation Strategy and the National Wetland Strategy. These are dollar matching programs. The organizations agreed to cooperate on a plan to partner on using those funds, other resources from the community, and any resources that the city could bring together to the table to look at acquisition of key natural environment area properties. That has not been carried forward to the strategic initiatives.
I suppose the immediate question is why not? I think most, if not all of us, could agree that it is a priority. Whether it needs to be listed as a priority here, does that just fall off and we'll come back to that in a few years, or does the city continue to look for ways in which to partner in opportunities where funding might come through a federal program, for example, so we could do that? I think it's a real shame if we lose land because we weren't ready, we didn't have a mechanism in place, or had not identified that as a piece of land to work to acquire when the opportunity arises.
I can't speak to if and when it would come back as a priority. We do have a limited amount of funding remaining in the environmental resource area acquisition fund reserve, approximately $1 million. There are a number of demands that a number of pressures on those funds already, and so they really do not help us out a lot in that respect. Apart from that reserve fund, our acquisition budgets have either been spent or allocated, so we don't have any other acquisition funds available to us at the moment.
Well, I guess I could just finish the comment that I think that's a shame, and as a council, I think we need to look at how we can find a regular source of funding so that we're not losing these opportunities and losing this land. But I know that's not something you can solve for me here today. I think that's the end of my questions. So if we could go to our debate. Councillor Leeper has a motion that he would like to introduce to start.
Thank you, and I assume the motion will be circulated shortly. One of the key concerns that we've heard in Kitchissippi Ward for quite some time now is tree loss. This strategic initiatives document has an excellent focus on planting new trees, but the best time to plant a tree, as they say, was 30 years ago. The dynamic in Kitchissippi Ward is such that with infill, with intensification, we see the loss of single-family homes that are replaced with semi-detached. Almost every one of those results in the loss of mature trees in the front and rear yards. We don't know precisely how many, and I do want to say thank you very much to staff for their response to my inquiry with a commitment to begin reporting on the tree permits that are being extended. But we want to make sure that we are preserving the trees that we have, and I think it is a more effective way at ensuring a sustainable urban forest than planting new trees. Certainly it's a lot less expensive. So with the committee's indulgence, I'm going to recommend and ask you to support the addition of a new strategic initiative, which is focused on the urban forest management strategy. The strategy has been committed to already by the city. It is funded. We are waiting for it to get underway properly. It is something that the residents of my ward and the urban core are excited to see undertaken. So I'm not proposing anything that's going to have a budget implication for us. But what I think making it a strategic initiative will accomplish is signaling the city's commitment to maintaining the urban forests that we already have, and not just focusing on planting trees when we lose them. To that end, then, I'd like to put a motion on the floor that whereas Council is committed to Ottawa's environmental sustainability, and whereas Council has identified the importance of a renewed urban forest management strategy and directed staff to complete the development of this strategy, and whereas funding was included in the 2015 capital budget adopted by Council to fund the completion of a renewed urban forest management strategy, therefore, be it resolved, the urban forest management strategy be included as a strategic initiative in the 2015-2018 term of Council priorities under Objective ES1, Supportive and Environmentally Sustainable Ottawa, with the associated performance measure of completing the development of the forest management strategy in 2016. The strategy is not yet underway. I'm very confident that it will be, but I think including this as a strategic initiative will just ensure that we are focused on getting it done, so that we can then take a look forward to implementing whatever actions come out of it. I look forward to hearing your feedback, and I hope I can count on your support this afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. What I'm proposing is that we debate this motion, which is something new that's come forward to us, and following that, unless I am hearing from the committee that you would like us to go through these individual items, we would then debate and vote on them as a package. That's good to you. So let's do we have anyone that has questions on Councillor Leeper's motion then, or yeah, please, Councillor Brockman.
When motions like this are added, I think we should have an immediate staff comment just to understand what the additional scope of work is that's being asked through this strategy versus what would have been done this year anyway, and whether there are any financial strings attached to the strategy that's being asked for.
Through the chair, it's my understanding this does fall under Planning and Infrastructure's portfolio, but that this work is planned to be completed and budgeted for, so that the motion can be accommodated without additional financial implications or resource implications on the corporation.
So I think what I'm hearing actually along the lines of something I had said earlier, this is work that's being done, but you've chosen to highlight it and in a sense to name it specifically here so that it's a clear signal, both council and staff as well as the public. This is important, even if that money had already been allocated.
We have outlined tree planting, increasing the forest cover through tree planting as a strategic priority, and I think it's important that we signal that just as important is preserving the trees that we have.
All right. Do we have others on this item? All right. Seeing no further questions on this motion? Is that carried? Carried. All right. Would anyone like to speak? We've spoken to many of the items, many of the elements and issues raised today. Would anyone like to speak under the debate section here further before going to a vote on the whole package? Okay. Councillor Kakish, then Washington.
Just had a quick question. I think the conversation was ongoing when I stepped out, but on the reserve fund that we have to purchase woodlots, I missed what was being said, and I know we don't have a large sum of money, but I've seen this in my riding where we have a lot of woodlots, and we're trying to take some of them over now from the local developer, and obviously they're not cheap. So just wondering what we can do to have a more reliable source of funding, or if we're looking at that option at the moment.
Chair, unfortunately, I don't see the people from Planning and Growth Management who responded earlier to that, so if I can, perhaps I'll take that back and ask them to get in touch with you in between now and council. Okay. Because it falls outside.
So there's 3 follow-up items for me now from the other 2 as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Councillor Brockington.
Just very briefly, I mean, I mentioned during my line of questioning my concern about the length of time that we are projecting to deliver the renewable energy strategy analysis from 2.5 years away, and how I would, in addition to receiving that report and have this committee digest the results and contemplate next steps, we really should, within this term of council, establish some benchmarks that we would like this city to aim towards in the years ahead, and that will require us to actually receive this report much sooner than Q4 2017. So I'd like to ask, through you, Mr. Chair, to the GM about if the timelines were amended, whether it would compromise the quality of the report. I know I heard that this is a road not yet traveled here within Ottawa, that you would have to potentially work with other municipalities, but I would like to see something delivered no later than Q4 2016, so 1.5 years from now, and that gives us still half of the term of this council to develop objectives for what we're going to do with respect to renewable energy going forward. So I'd like to put that question on the floor. Can we do what is outlined in this SI in 1.5 years instead of 2.5 years?
Chair, through you to the councillor, I think if we can identify this as a target, I'm very willing to work towards that and try to achieve that acceleration. As I mentioned, I'm just a little bit uneasy not having gone down this path before, and so, but I will certainly accept that as a target direction.
Thank you for that, and if I may comment, yes, that would certainly be my desire as well, but we did want to ensure it was done well. We do want to try to access other sources of funding, and we definitely want it to be a sort of full stakeholder consultation. It's been mentioned by many people that we are, as important as we feel ourselves to be, sitting here in this room, the corporation of the City of Ottawa is only one player in this big city as a whole, and for real success citywide, this has to be something that we do as a whole city with all the sectors involved in it. So all of that being said, I would certainly like it to be done as soon as possible, but also done well. So if we could move that target forward as a goal for Q4 2016 and do our best to reach it. Yeah.
Yes, I'm prepared to accept. Certainly we'll identify that as our target.
Thank you very much.
Does that need a formal amendment, or how are we going to record this?
If we take that as direction to staff, is that sufficient? Yeah.
That's what I was prepared to do, is take it as direction to target Q4 2016.
And can this document then be modified for Council's vote July 8th?
It can, Chair, through, I'll identify it as a technical amendment for Council consideration on July the 8th.
Thank you very much. Do we have others on debate here on this item? It has been a long day, so my closing remarks before a vote will be extremely short. My opening remarks were much longer. I think that we all know there are many priorities. There are many things we could be doing, should be doing, are doing, and should be doing faster. This is an important step forward within the mandate of the Environment Committee, and our voting through this package, I like to see as an important step forward with all of its gaps and wishes, what we could do with more money. But I believe it's a very well thought through package. I'd like to thank our city staff who worked long and hard on evaluating and, yes, having to reject many good, worthy initiatives simply because we can't do them all and don't have the funding for all of them. But thank you for bringing this to us. Thank you to all of my colleagues for a very robust debate, and especially thank you to the people who, the broader public and various groups who took a great deal of time to look through this and give us their best advice. So, on this item, make sure I name it correctly before we actually approve it. Oh, it was written here on one of my pages. Gone missing. There we go. One I was writing notes on. I remembered the item, but proposed 2015-2018 term of council priorities as we'll call it as amended? Yeah, as amended. Carried. Thank you very much. We then come to one final substantive item, a request to amend the rules of procedure, waive the rules of procedure from Councillor Wilkinson. We did pause on this. You were not here to explain it. There was definitely a question that no one could quite answer as to why walk it on today. What's the hurry? I know that the next committee meeting is not till September, so perhaps if you could elaborate as to why you believe it needs to be dealt with.
That's exactly the reason. I have spoken to staff about this. Was actually prepared by some staff, and I missed your May meeting. I intended to bring it there originally, and I was tied up and didn't get there, so that's why I sent it on to you. If they're done now, it's helpful for the staff to be able to prepare to meet with the school boards in the fall and have that time to prepare. So if the motion is passed now, and there's some other things in here about getting ready, it's really more about continuing a program that was already started as a pilot project, and some schools are doing it, but there hasn't been a lot of action to get more schools, at least in my area, in recent years, and I think we need to continue that process, because we have found that when they have the kids are doing it at school, then they tend to make their parents do it at home. So there's a real learning curve that comes with it that's important. So it's just a case of getting it done so it's ready to go in the fall rather than having it start in the fall and be later on when the weather's not quite so good. And if the committee would prefer to wait, I have no objection to that. I think it's better to go now.
Okay, so clearly the answer is, I guess, the school schedule and the planning, teachers, principals, etc. So on that, as a reason for why bring it forward today, do we carry that, or we're okay to waiting that? On the substance of it then, do we have any questions on, yes, sorry, on suspension of rules then? Are we okay with that, carrying that? On the substance of it, are there any questions from Councillor Brockington? Yeah.
So what are we doing now that the motion is going to change? Are we not already engaging with schools and school boards to encourage schools that currently aren't using the green bin or other waste diversion programs to get involved?
Chair, through you to the councillor, yes, we are. I think the emphasis here is around, to some extent, reinvigorating the program a wee bit, and to include the notion of providing training directly through the PD days, and I think that's probably the issue that speaks most closely to the school board calendar and schedule. It would, if committee is prepared to consider this, it does give us the summer to work with the boards.
Can I just suggest for the second item that you take a sample of the schools that are involved? I don't assume the motion implies that you're going to contact over 100 schools to ask them all what they've done to make this successful. You want to use the best practices that are in place, but I really hope that this isn't going to take a lot of extra new work for staff to do this. I mean, we haven't even talked about apartment buildings or condos or all the other institutions that aren't using it, but I know that doesn't apply to this motion, but like two or three successful schools per school board. Why is it working so well? How can we get your neighboring school involved?
That's what I understand to be the direction.
Any further questions on this motion then? On the motion? Carried. Thank you very much. This takes us almost to the end of the meeting. I am reminded that we skipped over formally the response to inquiries and information previously distributed section. Really, this is as noted in the agenda. So formally read that into the record. All starts to be a blur now. Thank you then. Certainly. Yeah. So do we have any other business? Yeah, an inquiry? Okay, please.
Mr. Chair, as it is this industry, there's my inquiry is about summer garbage pickup and how to increase the green bin. The question is, are there any restrictions to a private contractor picking up waste from homes contracted to the service on the weekend between regular waste pickup on days, and that waste to the land and on taking the waste to the landfill, and what type of costs would be incurred at the landfill? The second part in the green bin is what is being done to negotiate the use of plastic bags in the green bin, to find a suitable liner bag for the green bin that fits as strong as lined with a non-plastic liner. Improve green bins to reduce access by raccoons and other animals and reduce breakage of the green bins, and what is being done to better inform the public on use of the green bin in hot weather to reduce smells and insect infestation. It's just an inquiry.
Thank you, and you'll have that in writing for our staff to respond to. Okay. Councillor Brockton, do you have something? No, okay. Any notices of motion? Seeing none, we've already done other business. We are adjourned. Thank you.